morning. Am I audible? Guys, am I audible? Good morning. Good morning. Am I audible? Good morning. Good morning. So, first of all, finally, we are kind of reaching the last lap of our preparation. Good morning, guys. So there is an issue. Actually, I have not been using this system for a lot of time for the classes and all. That is why it took me so long also to start. Good morning, good morning, good morning. So actually, you're on your last lap of your whole study part. And how does it feel? Are you excited? Are you excited that yes, it's just a month left for it now? Excited about it. Good morning guys, good morning. I thought my voice is absolutely fine. Yes. Yes, okay. So let's start with our class, the marathons today. Very much excited. That's amazing. That is how it should be. So, as I was saying, let's start with the marathon. So, I was thinking about this. You tell me, what do you say? I was thinking that today we will do all the other chapters, that is Sale of Goods Act, Partnership Act, Companies Act. Okay? In today's marathon, we will do those acts, and tomorrow morning we will do Contract Act. Okay? Tomorrow morning we will do Contract Act. Audio is not clear. Let my face, how does my face doesn't matter, let it be. Let the face thing be gone, that doesn't matter. No, even if I switch off the lights also, face will be like this only. There is some problem with the whole setup here. No, today is a long day. Voice is clear guys, audio is clear. Yes. So, hello. Guys, just for the audio, 1 second. Is the audio clear? Without the light, it's worse. Battery was good. Audio is not clear. Just 1 second. Now check and tell me, is the audio clear? Now check and tell me, is the audio clear? Now check and tell me, is the audio clear? I'm good. Just those usual headaches I had today morning also. That is so something I'm used to. Now is the audio clear guys? Please just tell me, is the audio clear now? It's clear? Okay. Chalo. So, just tell me. I was thinking we'll start with partnership. We'll go to companies and then we'll go to Sale of Goods Act, or we can start with Sale of Goods Act. So, as it's a marathon, and because I have already done the very detailed of the chapter already we have done. So here obviously I am going to, what do you say? I'm going to be a little quick with the okay. चलो ठीक है. Sale of goods act. So here, because we have already done in detail all the chapters already done, so I'm going to do a little. I'll do a little faster. Okay, I'll do the chapters a little fast. So I want everyone's attention here. And when I ask you questions, you're supposed to answer. Rest we will anyway be doing. So Sale of Goods Act 1930. Sale of Goods Act 1930 came in force on the 1st of July 1930. Right? Came into force on the 1st of July 1930. When I say sale of goods, contract of sale means what? It means we are talking about contract of sale. And when I say contract of sale, what is contract of sale? Contract of sale means a contract whereby the seller transfers or agrees to transfer the property in the goods to the buyer for a price. So here what is happening is either the ownership is transferred immediately or the ownership is transferred on a future date. When the ownership is transferred immediately, it's a sale. When the ownership is transferred on a future date, it's an agreement to sell. Now, what will I transfer? I transfer property in the goods. What do I mean by property in the goods? Property in the goods means the, just one second. So guys, give us 2 minutes. We are just trying to do the audio thing proper. Yes. 989 747 747 7334. 989 747 334. 334. There are 2 mics connected. I think there were 2 mics connected. I have changed it again. Sorry. I'm not understanding what you're saying. Hello? I cannot hear you, Vivek. Nothing is clear. Yeah, now I can hear. Now I'm not able to open your place. What the hell is wrong? I don't know. You just say it's not opening now. OBS is not opening. What would you go to? Acha, launch anyway. Okay. switch on the fan. Mic you check, is it fine now? There were two mics connected, so I've just moved one. I have no idea. Yeah. I've done. Should I speak and just find out? I think now it's working. Should I ask the students? Is it fine now? That we can stop now, the background sound. We can suppress. I think that's because of the fan and AC, I think. Okay guys, can you just tell me, am I audible now? Is the voice better? Guys, please tell me, is the voice better now? Is the voice better now, guys? The background and everything is gone? The background and everything is gone? Or the background noise is still there? Vivek, I think you should, the background suppression, that voice, you should suppress it. Like outside voice suppression, something is there. Now the voice is clear. Can you hear me? Please let me know. I will turn off AC. I'll turn Okay, guys, can you hear me now? Please tell me, is it fine now? Like we have done some settings, is it fine now? Please do update me on this. Is it fine now? Guys, is it fine now? No background noise, nothing. Okay. Yeah, it's fine now. Wait. Yeah, yes, yes. Please just check the camera thing. Camera, I think last time also we tried nothing. Last time I should try to do it. Yeah. Hey, but it's still, why is it? There is one light. You just switch off the camera. Just switch off that light. No, and it will be very dark. Now you see, it will become very dark like this. You see the setting. It is there, but the tubelite is not working. Now I can change the tubelite. It will take. I'll on the front. Just one second. Just- Wait, now you check. Just do the same. I actually removed one light. That light was better, or this is better? Mhm. That's back. Let's start the. Now, little bit of green. Can you see the little bit of green? Okay, so finally, guys, we are back. Now, hopefully, everything is fine. So, I want everyone's attention here, please. So, as we were talking about Contract of sale. Contract of sale basically is a contract where the seller is selling or where the seller is transferring or agreeing to transfer. Guys, we are starting to clarify. It's okay, I understand it's late, but there are technical issues. We cannot do anything about that, right? So, transferring or agreeing to transfer. Transferring means the ownership is transferred immediately. Agreeing to transfer means the ownership will be transferred on a future date. What is he transferring or agreeing to transfer? He is transferring or agreeing to transfer the property in the goods. What do I mean by property in the goods? Property in the goods means the ownership of the goods. To whom is he transferring? To the buyer. And the transfer will take place for a price. So if I look at this only, I get all the essentials of a valid contract. First and foremost, there must be two parties, buyer and seller. Who's a seller who sells or agrees to sell? Who's a buyer who buys or agrees to buy? Then transfer must be. Then second thing is there must be some goods, the ownership of which will be transferred. Goods means what? Any movable goods, and excluding does not include money or actionable claims. Services are not considered as goods. So it does not include money or actionable claims. When I say goods, anything which is a part of the land, is it goods? Yes, it is considered as goods provided we detach them from the land at the time of sale. Now, when I say goods, we have to understand it is movable property, not immovable. Is it tangible or is it intangible? Both. It includes both tangible and intangible. Now, when we talk about goods, money and actionable claims are not goods. Growing crops, grass, trees, anything which is a part of the land is considered as goods, right? Growing crops, grass, trees, anything which is a part of the land is goods, provided we sever them from the land at the time of sale. Provided we detach them from the land at the time of sale. Now, when we talk about is the voice clear now? Is the voice clear now? It's not audible at all. No, mic is attached. Mic is attached. Like the mic is attached to the system. Wait, there is one more mic. Which one? have attached a new mic. See this it is micing or lightning. Then they ask the students. Should I attach the other mic and in that same again you do that? Just checking. It's not. And attach the other one. Only attached. The student said that this is not there. But this only they said. Now it's working. Now it's working. again after 2 minutes. Now can you hear me, guys? Now can you hear me? My God, I'm already so exhausted because of this. Can you hear me now, guys? Can you hear me? Yeah. I hope it continues to be clear. आप ही लोगों ने बोला कि आवाज नहीं आ रहा है, आवाज नहीं आ रहा है. आप ही लोगों ने बोला आवाज नहीं आ रहा है. So anyway, moving forward, when I say goods can be classified into three heads. Goods can be existing, it can be future, it can be contingent. When I say existing goods, what is existing goods? The goods which I have when I make contract to sell them. What is existing goods? I have these goods when I contract to sell them. What is future goods? I don't have these goods, but after the contract is made, if I'm a manufacturer, I'll manufacture them. If I am a producer, I'll produce them. Or if I have to get it from someone, I'll get it from someone and sell it. What is contingent goods? I don't have these goods. I don't know whether I'll get the goods or not. If I get, I'll sell. Otherwise, I'll not sell. In case of existing goods can further be classified into specific, ascertain, and unascertain. What is specific goods? I go to the shop and I say I want this pen. Specific. I've identified them. I go to the shop and I say I want a surface metal body red color pen. What type of goods it is? Unascertain. That means I've just given a description of the goods, but I have not pointed out or identified the goods. I've just given a description. Always remember, branding of goods is also description of the goods. Then last, as per my description, when the shopkeeper takes out the goods, he has ascertained the goods. As per the given description, when the shopkeeper takes out the goods, he has ascertained the goods. I hope it's clear to all of you. Yes. Now, moving forward, when we talk about the next essential is what? Price. Price means what? Price means the monetary currency, the legal tender of the country. The legal tender which is at that given point of time used in the country. When we talk about price, in the contract of sale, price can be fixed in three different ways. Price can be fixed in the contract itself, that is by agreement. Parties agree that this is the price at which I will offer and this is the price at which I will buy. And the other party agrees to that price offer. That is fixing of price by agreement. Sometimes it may happen that we have not got any agreement, but we don't fix the price by an agreement, but we have terms. We deal with each other on a very regular basis, and because of this regular dealings, we have terms using which we can fix the price of the goods. So here the price is fixed how? As per the as per the dealings that we have. For example, I will always sell you the goods at 15% below market price. Now, if I have not fixed the price of the goods, in that case, I will sell you at 15% below the market price. The third and the last way is it may also be fixed by a valuer. Now, who is a valuer? He is basically a third party who has that capability to fix the price of the goods. It could be, why would I appoint a valuer? Because maybe the goods have, I cannot value the goods, not easily valuable, no substitutes in the market. So then I appoint a valuer. When the price is to be fixed by a third party and the third party refuses to fix the price, the contract becomes void. Right? If the goods are delivered and the third party refuses to fix the price of the goods, because the goods are delivered, the contract is valid, but I have to pay a reasonable price. If because of one of the parties to the contract, the third party is prevented from fixing the price, then in that case, the contract has become void, but we have to give damages to the other party. Right? Now, moving forward, when we talk about price of the goods, let's say in contract of sale, now you will be answering this, all of you. In a contract of sale, if no price is fixed, then is the contract void or is the contract valid? A contract of sale is made but no price is fixed. So you will tell me in this case contract is valid or contract is void? And if it is valid, what price will I pay? If it is void, then no problem. Exactly, it's valid and I have to pay a reasonable price, right? Now, in a contract of sale, yes, in a contract of sale, can you tell me what is the performance of the seller and what is the performance of the buyer? Guys, tell me, in a contract of sale, what is the performance of the buyer and what is the performance of the seller? Tell me, in performance, in a contract of sale, what is the seller's performance, what is the buyer's performance? Exactly. So seller has to deliver the goods and the buyer must pay. And time of delivery is of essence or not of essence? Time of payment is of essence or not of essence? Tell me. Tell me. Time of delivery, is it of essence or not of essence? Time of payment, is it of essence or not of essence? Right. Tell me, time for payment, is it of essence or not of essence? Time of delivery, is it of essence or not of essence? Right. So time of delivery is of essence, whereas time of payment is not of essence. And if time is of essence and you fail to perform, the contract becomes voidable. Whereas if time is not of essence and you fail to perform, the contract is valid, but you can claim the damages. However, time of payment can be made of essence by specific words. That means in the contract, I can give specific words and make time of payment of essence. Now, tell me, when I talk about delivery, what do I mean by delivery? Delivery is the voluntary transfer of the possession of the goods, right? What is delivery? The voluntary transfer of the possession of the goods. Why do I say voluntary? That means no one is forcing the seller to deliver. It is the seller's own choice that he is delivering the goods. So it's not a statutory transfer, not a forced transfer, not just transfer. It's a voluntary transfer of the possession of the goods. Is it clear to all of you? It's a voluntary transfer of the possession of the goods. Now, guys, please understand, when we talk about delivery, okay, as I told you, it's a voluntary transfer of the possession of the goods. Now, you will tell me, is it the seller's duty to deliver? Or is it the buyer's duty to take the delivery unless the contract says anything? That is, if the contract does not say anything about who will deliver, is it the buyer's duty to take the delivery or is it the seller's duty to give the delivery? Quickly tell me, is it the seller's duty to deliver or is it the buyer's duty to take the delivery? Unless the contract says it's the buyer's duty to give the delivery of the goods, the seller only has to keep the goods ready. It is not the seller's duty to deliver the goods. So I repeat again, no, it is not the seller's duty if the contract does not say anything at all. If the contract says seller will deliver, seller will deliver. If the contract says buyer will deliver, buyer will deliver. But if the contract does not say anything, It is the buyer's duty to take the delivery, not the seller's duty to give the delivery. Okay? Now, when I talk about delivery, delivery is of two types. Delivery may be actual or three types. I'm so sorry. Actual, symbolic, constructive. Actual, I hand over the goods to you. This is actual. Symbolic, I don't hand over the goods to you, but I give you symbols using which you can take the delivery of the goods. Symbols like document of title, keys, anything. So I give you the symbols using which you can take the delivery of the goods. Constructive, I don't give you the goods, I don't give you any symbols. The goods are where they are. Just by acknowledging the delivery takes place. Just by acknowledging the delivery takes place. That is what constructive delivery. There is no physical movement, just by mere acknowledgement delivery takes place. So this is delivery without any physical delivery. I hope it's clear to all of you. If the goods are destroyed even before the contract is made, right? If the goods are destroyed even before the contract is made, the contract is void ab initio. If the contract is made but the ownership is not transferred and the goods are destroyed, then in that case, if the goods are specific goods, the contract is void. If the goods are unascertained, the contract is valid. On this, I have a question to ask. Okay, you get a question in the exam. A wanted to sell his horse to B. Unknown to both the parties, the horse is dead. Right? Unknown to both the parties, the horse is dead. So, answer, what will happen? Right? So, you have to tell me what all provisions come to your mind for this question. Quickly, guys, a little quickly. Today morning already 1 hour was gone because of all the things. So, don't want to waste more time. So, please tell me quickly. A wanted to sell his horse to B. B agrees to purchase. Unknown to both the parties, the horse is already dead. What all provisions, not one, what all provisions come to your mind when I say this? I don't void are an issue, but provisions I'm telling you. I never asked you about the contract. I'm telling you, give me the provisions. Okay, so here, if I see here, two applicable provisions apply. One provision is as per the Sale of Goods Act, which is destruction of subject matter. Correct? I'm just telling you in the exam how to identify what to write. The second that I get here under the Indian contract is bilateral mistake. Now, in both the cases, the result is the contract is void ab initio. But the problem is when I'm quoting the provisions, which provisions am I supposed to write here? Should I write Indian Contract Act bilateral mistake or should I write subject matter destruction? So there you have to see. They will always tell you answer referring to SOGA or answer referring to ICA. If they say answer referring to ICA, you will write bilateral mistake. If they say answer referring to SOGA, you will write what? Destruction of subject matter. So this is, guys, how you have to identify the provision. They will always tell you in the question, please answer as per this act. And when they tell you, please answer as per this act, you should answer as per that respective act. Is it clear? Can we go forward, guys? Yes. So moving forward, conditions and warranties. So with this, we are done with unit 1. Moving to the next one, conditions and warranties. So what do I mean by conditions and what do I mean by warranty? Conditions are stipulations which are essential for the main purpose of the contract. That is, it is the root of the contract. It is the basis or the foundation on which the contract is made. And if there is a breach of condition, I can cancel the contract. I won't say claim damages because that goes without saying. Claim damages happens in all the cases. Whereas when we talk about warranties, warranties are stipulations which run collateral to the main contract, and if there is a breach of warranty, you cannot cancel the contract, but you can claim the damages. Now, these conditions and warranties may be expressed or implied. If it is expressed, that means what? It is something which is agreed between the buyer and the seller. Now, when I say agreed between the buyer and seller, guys, that could be anything under the sun. They could agree to literally anything. So, I can never teach you express. But what is implied is something which is given by law. And when I say implied, I know this is implied. So, obviously, we are going to study implied conditions and implied warranty. Implied conditions, the seller fails to fulfill the condition, the buyer can cancel the contract. Implied warranties, the seller fails to fulfill the warranties, the buyer cannot cancel, but he can claim the damages. Now, the first one is condition as to title. Title is ownership. When I am purchasing the goods, I am not going to ask the seller, hey seller, your goods, chori ka goods, why? I am assuming that bro is selling the goods to me, that means he has a right to sell. Right? I am assuming that because he is selling the goods to me, he has a right to sell. So, when the seller sells the goods to the buyer, we follow the assumption that because he is selling, that means he has a right to sell. Or if he agrees to sell the goods on a future date, we work on this assumption that he is selling on a future date. That means on the future date, he will have the rights to sell. If the seller has no rights to sell, will the buyer get the ownership? No. Then in that case, can the true owner take away the goods from the buyer? Yes. And when the true owner takes away the goods from the buyer, what will the buyer claim from the seller? The buyer will claim the whole price. Now, instead of claiming the price, if he claims the damages, he has treated a breach of condition as a breach of warranty. Ma'am, how will I know? A stole goods from B, sold it to C. B took away the goods from C. What are the rights of C against A? What will you write? You can refer to all the previous year question papers, but there are changes because LLP, some portions were deleted now. So if you refer to those questions, you'll be like, why the hell I don't know the answers, or why my book does not have it. That's the thing. Okay, jaldi se answer karo, jaldi se answer karo. What are the rights? Tell me. You can refer. I'm waiting for the answer. And repeat again. A stole goods from B, sold it to C. B took away the goods from C. What are the rights of C? What will you write? I repeated the question again. A wants to sell his goods to B. A stole goods from B, sold it to C. B took away the goods from C. What are the rights of C? They have added special contracts to your syllabus. C can recover the whole amount from A. Okay. So here, what will you write? Condition as no title. But if in the question they say C now wants to claim damages from A, then what will you write? Now they say C wants to claim damages from A. Guys, this is a marathon. You're not supposed to sit there cozily on your beds anyhow. You're supposed to answer the question. That's the whole purpose of attending the marathons, right? So I'm anyway not going to do too many questions here. But if I'm asking you a question, you're supposed to answer. Stolen goods, how can C be the owner? Repeat the whole question again for everyone to follow. A stole goods from B, sold it to C. So can B claim the goods from C? Yes. So when B claims the goods from C, what will C claim from A? Obviously, C will claim the whole price. But my question, so you will write price. But if my question says C wants to claim damages from A, then what provisions will you write here? What provisions will you write here? Yes, warranty as to undisturbed possession. I'm just trying to tell you when you are supposed to write breach of condition as to title, when you are supposed to write breach of warranty as to undisturbed possession. Arthaita, Arthaita. Yo, this is marathon. Enjoy Madi, no. Study Madi. समझ में आया? Answer questions. Can we go forward? Moving to the next one, sample. Sale by sample. What is sale by sample? I show the sample to you. If you like, you can purchase it. When the sale is made by sample, the bulk must, three conditions have to be fulfilled. First, the bulk must correspond to the, okay, good. The bulk must correspond to the sample. That means it's not similar, it's same. Correspond means what? Exactly the same. So even if they say with a slight bit of difference, no bro, I can return the goods because it's not as per the sample. So the bulk must correspond to the sample. The buyer must be given an opportunity to examine the goods. That means what? When the buyer, before he is accepting, he is not bound to accept it without checking the goods and check whether it's as per the sample or not. Achha guys, on this I have a question. All of you, I can see more than 100 people are attending. I can only see 5 replies. Why? Why? So I have a question. Tell me, the buyer, he got the goods. Sale was made by sample, he got the goods, he did not examine the goods, he kept it. Later he saw, oh, your goods not as per the sample. Can he return the goods back quickly? Can he return the goods back? Waiting for all of your answers. The answer is no. He already accepted the goods. But now he did not see. Whose fault he did not see? Was he stopped from seeing? No. His fault he did not see. Can he return the goods back? Absolutely no. When you have accepted the goods, you have accepted the goods. Now, even if it is not as per what you wanted, doesn't matter. Acceptance is already done. Can you return the goods back? Absolutely no. And the third one, the goods, and those who are writing wrong answers and then deleting, it's okay. Being wrong here doesn't matter. Who's checking you? You don't have to delete your messages. It's okay. So now tell me, and the third condition, what is the third condition? The goods must not have any, the goods, no, he cannot return. He cannot return, he has accepted it. The goods must not have any latent defect, hidden defect which cannot be found on examination, but makes the goods unmerchantable. Now there are some defects which are visible to the eye. There are some defects which are not visible to the eye but makes the goods unmerchantable. The goods must not have any hidden defect which makes the goods unmerchantable. I hope it's clear to all of you. If all the three conditions are not fulfilled, can I return the goods back? Yes. The next one is sale by description. What is description? Basically, the term description is not defined in the act. So it could be place of origin, it could be packaging, it could be color, anything, any description of any kind. Like online shopping is sale by description. When the sale is made by description, what condition has to be fulfilled? Obviously, the bulk must correspond to the description. If the goods are not as per the description, can I return the goods back? Yes. Sample as well as description. Now, if you remember in the last Sale of Goods Act detailed session when I was doing, I had given you the difference of how to identify each of it, right? So I hope you had followed that and that was very clear to all of you. So sale by sample and description. When the sale is made by sample as well as description, okay? I repeat again, when the sale is made by both sample as well as description. First, the bulk must correspond to both and the sample must be described only as it is known in the market. So however I call the sample or however I describe the sample, it should be just as it is known in the market. Otherwise, can I return the goods back? Yes. Now, specific purpose of the buyer. It can sometimes happen that the buyer may tell the seller why he is looking for that goods. And if he mentions that, then it is the duty of the seller to give him those goods. If the goods do not suit the buyer's purpose, can he return the goods back? Yes, provided the three conditions are fulfilled. What are the three conditions? First, he tells the seller the reason of his purchase. That is, he tells the seller why he wants those goods. Second, when the seller is selecting the goods, the buyer does not interfere with the selection. That is, he relies on the seller's judgment of selection. And the third one, the seller deals in those type of goods. If the goods do not suit the buyer's purpose, can you return the goods back? Yes. Now, there are some products, by use we know the purpose of the product. If the product is not suitable for that use, can you return the goods back? Yes. Instead of returning the goods, you wanted to claim damages. Can you do that? Yes. You have treated a breach of condition as a breach of warranty. The next one, merchantability. When we talk about merchantability, here we have two conditions. When the goods are sold by description, okay? When the goods are sold by description and the seller is a dealer in those goods, seller deals in those goods, then it is assumed that he will supply the goods which suit the buyer's purpose, right? It is assumed that he will supply the goods which suit the buyer's purpose. If not, can the buyer return the goods back? Yes. And goods must be, even if the packing is defective, it makes the goods unmerchantable. Now, what is wholesomeness? When I purchase eatables, apart from being merchantable, they should be wholesome. That is, they should be in a consumable state or in a fit state to be consumed. Now, what is the difference between defective packing and wholesomeness? Wholesomeness is not about packing. If, let us say, you purchase a Cadbury, okay, and the Cadbury wrapper is open, that's merchantability. But if there is a worm in that Cadbury, that is wholesomeness, right? I hope it's clear to all of you. Keep saying that whenever I ask you, keep dropping that yes, yes, yes. When I don't see any messages from you for a long time, I feel like everyone is gone. Right? We are making it easier, not making it like sleepy. So please, I understand the first 1 hour of the session went off in a, in a different, different. But now we are back to it. So I want to see that yes, is it clear to all of you? Yes, chalo. The next one. Let me ask you something. Are you writing? Are you doing your writing practices or not? Are you doing your writing practices or not? How many answers a day? I've prepared a mock paper also for you all just to sit at home and write. Just to sit at home and write. If you are interested, yeah, in that case, I'll share it in the group. Good, good. So let's go forward. The next one, freedom from encumbrances. What is encumbrance? Encumbrance means charge of a good. Understood that finally. Freedom in the classes, no, when I was telling you the same thing, half of you guys couldn't understand this fact, right? So it's better late than never. So freedom from income, first one we've already discussed, undisturbed possession we've already done. Freedom from encumbrances, basically this is, always remember, freedom from encumbrances is when a third party has a charge over the property. Right? When a third party has a charge over the property. Thakur pledged his piano to Gabbar. So Gabbar has a charge over the property, and without paying off the money to Gabbar, he sold off the piano to Jay. Can Gabbar claim the piano from Jay? Yes. When he claims the piano from Jay, what will Jay claim from Thakur? He will claim the damages that he has suffered. Right? Caveat emptor. What is caveat emptor? Let the buyer beware. Can we also say it is kind of silence is not fraud? Tell me yes if you agree. Can I also say it is like silence is not fraud? This documents that I'm using, I'll share it in the group also. Can I say this is basically silence is not fraud? I want an answer. Yes, no from all of you. Can I also say in some way it is unilateral mistake also? Can I also say in some way it is unilateral mistake also? Yes, yes, yes. But if they ask you refer to Sale of Goods Act and write, you will write caveat emptor. If they tell you refer to Indian Contract Act and write, then what will you write? You will write, you will write about say silences, not fraud or unilateral mistake. Again, depending on the question. I hope it's clear that we will do when we will come tomorrow to Indian Contract Act. Chalo, good, good, good. What is caveat emptor? Let the buyer beware. That means if the buyer has made a wrong selection of the goods, it is his responsibility to make sure that the goods suit his purpose. If they don't suit his purpose, he cannot claim anything from the seller. That means, can I say caveat emptor means the buyer cannot return the goods back? Am I right or not? Can I say it means the buyer cannot return the goods back? Correct? It means, can I say buyer cannot return the goods back, right? Yes, it means buyer cannot return the goods back. That is what it means. Correct. लेकिन लॉ में क्या होता है गाइस? आई वांट टू सी दैट फ्रॉम ऑल ऑफ यू. लॉ में क्या होता है? आई वांट टू सी दैट फ्रॉम ऑल ऑफ यू. प्लीज प्लीज प्लीज. लॉ में क्या होता है? टेल मी क्विकली. लॉ में क्या होता है? एग्जैक्टली. एग्जाम में मत लिख के आना. एग्जाम में प्लीज राइट. But you know what? It is the forbidden word in our class, so I cannot say it. Otherwise, you will say, "Ma'am, 100 rupees fine on you." So, law में क्या होता है? लोचा. Yes, लोचा. So, there are cases where caveat emptor does not apply. Always remember the best way. All the implied conditions. See, caveat emptor says I cannot return the goods back. All the implied condition says I can return the goods back, right? So, in all the implied conditions, can I return the goods back? Yes. When the sale is made by sample and the goods are not as per the sample. When sale is made by description, goods are not as per the description. When the sale is made by sample and description, when the buyer specifies his purpose, the goods are not as per his purpose. The goods are not merchantable. The goods are not wholesome. The goods are stolen. In all of these cases, can I return the goods, claim the price? Yes. And in case of trade name, that means in branded goods, when they tell you that in these goods you will get these features, and if any of the features are missing, can I return the goods back? Yes. Now with this, we are done with 2 units of Sale of Goods Act. Before I move to the third one, if anyone has any doubt, you first pop in your question here. We will discuss that. Then I move to the next unit. Okay? I'll just get water for myself. Then can I go forward? Rahul, do you know what is Bala? Implied warranties you already did know. Implied warranties we just did. What is the implied warranties? Oh, I forgot this dangerous nature of the goods. When the goods are of a dangerous nature, it is the seller's duty to inform the dangerous nature of the goods to the buyer. If he fails to inform and the buyer suffers any damage, can the buyer claim the damages from the seller? Yes. Undisturbed possession is nothing but breach of condition as to title, when you should have claimed the whole price, but instead of claiming the whole price, you have claimed only the damages. You have treated a breach of condition as a breach of. That's it. So transfer of property. When I say property in the goods, what do I mean by transfer of property? There are three stages in transfer of property. What are the three stages? Property in the goods, possession of the goods, passing of risk. Now, what is the difference between property in the goods and possession of the goods? Property in the goods means ownership. Possession of the goods means physical possession. Passing of risk. Whenever they ask you any question about who should bear the loss, you will write the relevant provision जो लिखना है. Apart from that, don't miss out on the concept of passing of risk. I repeat again, guys, whenever you get a question on who will bear the loss, apart from writing the provisions, don't forget to write about passing of risk. Okay, passing of risk. Risk passes with ownership whether delivery is made or not. That means till the time the seller is the owner, risk is with the seller. But once the ownership is transferred to the buyer, risk passes on to the buyer. Can the parties agree differently to bear the risk? Yes. The buyer can tell the seller that, look, seller, you have the possession. So even if I'm the owner, I will not bear the loss. Only when I get the goods, I will bear the loss. So in this case, even though the buyer is the owner, risk will be borne by the seller. The parties may agree differently to bear the risk. If any party is at fault, always remember the defaulting party shall bear the loss. So whenever we have to talk about loss, loss is two things. If any party is at fault, ask yourself, if anyone at fault. If the answer is yes, then the defaulting party shall bear the loss. And if the answer is no, then who will bear the loss? The owner will bear the loss. It's as simple as that. So whenever you get a question on loss, always remember, don't forget to write the passing of risk. When does the ownership transfer from the seller to the buyer? Ownership transfers from the seller to the buyer as per the contract. So if the contract says ownership will transfer after 10 days, it will transfer after 10 days. If the contract says ownership will transfer on payment, ownership will transfer on payment. If the contract says ownership will transfer on delivery, ownership will transfer on delivery. So it depends on the terms of the contract. Now, if nothing is specified, if the contract does not give us any terms about when will the ownership transfer, then depending on the type of goods, ownership is transferred. Whether the goods are specific goods or whether the goods are unascertained goods. In case of specific goods, if the first of all, please understand what is specific goods. Goods which are identified and agreed upon. Right? What is specific goods? Goods which are identified and agreed upon. Now, if the specific goods are in a deliverable state means the buyer is bound to take the delivery. Ownership is transferred immediately. Second, if the goods are not in a deliverable state, ownership will be transferred after they are brought to a deliverable state and the buyer is informed. If the seller has to conduct tests over the goods, why would the seller have to conduct tests over the goods? Maybe to determine the price, quantity, quality, whatever. You are the owner, you are selling the goods, you have a right to conduct tests. Ownership will be transferred only after such tests. But if the buyer has to conduct the test, we don't wait, ownership is transferred immediately. Now, in case of unascertained goods, ownership is transferred only after the goods are what? The goods are ascertained and appropriated. Right? Only after the goods are ascertained and appropriated. What is ascertaining? As per my description, the goods are taken out. The act of taking out the goods is what? Ascertain. Right? Appropriation is what? Appropriation is basically I with your consent or you with my consent take out the, after the goods are taken out, we kind of confirm with each other whether the goods are what we need so that the final delivery can be made. Appropriation, what are the conditions? The goods must be in a deliverable state. The goods have been identified. The goods appropriation is done with the consent of both the parties. Appropriation can be express or implied, or appropriation can be done before or after the delivery of the goods. Excuse me. And one last thing, appropriation must be unconditional. When is the appropriation unconditional? When the seller does not reserve the rights of disposal. What is reserve? Reserving means I'm keeping it in my hands. Rights of disposal. Disposal means what? The transfer of physical goods or the transfer of ownership. See, what happens here is I have given delivery or payment does not define ownership. It can happen that I have given the goods, I have sent the goods, but I have not received the money. Now, there is always a chance that my money may be unsecure, my money may be, I mean, the person may default in paying my money. So, I'm so scared, अरे भाई पैसा नहीं देगा. So, to safeguard my money, what I do is I reserve the rights of disposal. That means what? Let's, for example, if I have given the goods to the carrier, it is implied that the goods have been delivered to the buyer. But by reserving the rights of disposal, what I have done is I tell the carrier, even if you reach the destination, I repeat again, even if you reach the destination, don't hand over the goods to the other person. That means what I have done, I have reserved the rights of disposal. What I have done, I have reserved the rights of disposal. That means what? I have told the carrier, even though the goods have reached the buyer, you will not hand over unless I tell you. Similarly, if I give you the document of title, you become the owner of the goods. But giving the document of title along with the bill of exchange is a conditional transfer. I'm safeguarding my money. Tomorrow, if you don't accept the bill of exchange, but you keep the document, even if you keep the document, you will not become the owner. To become the owner, you have to accept the bill of exchange. So, by doing this, I have reserved the rights of disposal, right? Now, sale on approval. What is sale on approval? I have given the goods to you. If you like, you purchase. If you don't like, you don't purchase. When does sale on approval become a sale? On any of the conditions, 3 conditions, any one. First, the buyer gives his consent. Or the buyer keeps the goods beyond the time. Right? Or if no time is given, the buyer keeps the goods beyond the reasonable time. Or the buyer does any act which an owner can do. That means that he pledges the goods, resells the goods, gives it on sale on approval again. Anything which shows that an owner can do it. As between the buyer and seller, it's a sale. If the goods are given on sale on approval on cash basis, ownership is transferred only when the cash is paid. Right? Moving forward, Nemo quod non-habet. What is Nemo quod non-habet? If you are not the owner, you cannot sell. That means what? A non-owner cannot sell the goods. And even if he sells the goods, he will not be able to transfer the ownership of the goods to another person. Right? Non-owner cannot sell the goods, and even if he sells the goods, he cannot transfer the ownership to another person. On this, I have one more question. You remember I gave you this question on title. Let's discuss this question. Chalo, ठीक है. A stole goods from B. Again, pay attention, guys. Sold it to C. Will C get the ownership of the goods? What are the rights? So let's say, in this case, let's say B claims the goods back from C. Is C liable to return the goods back? Yes. So what can C claim from A? Guys, tell me, what can C claim from A? So when we started, there were so many of us, and already the number has reduced. So I think either people are in the college or they have given up on law. So I'm wondering what should be the right one. Huh? So he will not get the ownership. Okay, what are the rights of C against A? What provision will you write? Please tell me what provision will you write? Provision. What provisions will you write? No, I'm asking you provisions, guys. Provisions. What provisions will you write? Price and damages. Okay. Provisions. Provisions, guys. Provisions. Answer तो पता ही होता है. Provision is the the technical glitch we have, no? Okay. Condition has to title. Okay. Stephen, I am asking you provisions here, not the answer. Provision. Okay. Condition has to title. Okay. Okay. Now, primarily, the provision is condition as to title. Okay. Primarily, the provision is condition as to title. And you are right in saying that. My question is, guys, along with condition as to title, can I also add here a line of Nemo dat quod non habet? Can I also add here the provisions of Nemo dat quod non habet? In a line, the provisions of yes. So this is how you have to, when you've studied everything, you have to try to connect the points, right? Connect the dots. So this is what I wanted to tell you. I hope you have understood what I'm trying to tell you. So I'm trying to give you a little bit of a clarity on how to write the answers also, so that you don't miss out on that. Can we move forward? Yes. So basically non-owners cannot sell the goods, and any sale by a non-owner is void. लेकिन लॉ में क्या होता है? Guys, law में क्या होता है? Locha. So there are cases where a non-owner can sell the goods and the sale is absolutely valid. The first one, sale by a mercantile agent. Who is a mercantile agent? He's a middleman. He can buy the goods, he can sell the goods, he can consign the goods for sale, he can even pledge the goods. When the sale is made by a mercantile agent, I think in the law class, the two most loved words, not only by me, by you also, was Locha and Swaha. The excitement I saw when you used to say Locha and Swaha was next level. No one can beat that Locha and Swaha. So, sale by a mercantile agent. When a mercantile agent acting in the ordinary course of the business, that means he is not becoming a mercantile agent only for this contract. It's his normal business to be a mercantile agent, right? Have possession of the goods, exactly, Rashima. Have possession of the goods with the consent of the owner. How does he have the possession? Possession of what? Possession could be of the goods, or it could be of the document of title. Anything. Have the possession of the goods or the document of title with the consent of the owner, sells it to a bona fide purchaser. Sells it to a bona fide purchaser. If all the three conditions are fulfilled, then sale is valid. Rajnikant, don't give your entire heart only to those two words. You need some space in your heart, right? Sale by one of the joint owners. What is joint owner? When a property is owned by more than one person. Okay, on this I have a question. Are joint owners and partners the same? Quickly answer, guys. Are joint owners and partners the same? See, Priya understood what I am trying to say. Are joint owners and partners the same? No, not at all. You might be a joint owner but not a partner. But can I say every partner is a joint owner of the partnership property? Yes. So anyway, one of the joint owners has the possession of the goods with the consent of the others. So there are two or more owners. One of them has the goods with the consent of the others, and he goes and sells it to a bona fide purchaser. Can I say the sale is valid? Yes. The next one, sale by a person in possession under a voidable contract. Sale by a person in possession under a voidable contract. I have the possession of the goods under a voidable contract, and before you could cancel it, you have a right to cancel, and before you could cancel, I sell it to a bona fide purchaser. The sale is valid. I repeat again, before I have the possession of the goods under a voidable contract, and before you could cancel it, I sell it off to a bona fide purchaser. Sale is valid. But if the goods are possessed under a void contract, however bona fide he may be, the sale is not valid. The next one, sale by estoppel. The owner of the goods lets the buyer believe that the person who is selling him the goods has a right to sell. That means the seller is selling the goods in the presence of the owner, and the owner does not stop him. The sale is valid. Then the next one, sale by a person in possession after sale. So S sold his goods to B, but the goods are still with S, and he resells the goods to P. Now, why would he resell the goods to B? Generally because P is offering a higher price. But P should not know that the goods have already been sold. So who will get the ownership? P will get the ownership. Sale by a person in possession before sale. X sold his goods to B and gave his goods to B on sale on approval. B goes and sells the goods to P. Is the sale valid? Yes. And between S and B also, it will become a sale. Sale by an unpaid seller, we will do it in the next unit. Sale under other acts, like under the Indian Contract Act, the pony or the pledgee can sell the goods. The finder of the goods can sell the goods. The sale is valid. Under the Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code, the official assignees can sell the goods, and the sale is absolutely valid. I hope it's clear to all of you. With this, we are done with Memo, quod, non-habet. Moving on to the next one. I had done a lot of questions also on this transfer of ownership questions. So that's again one very favorite topic of the institute. I hope everyone was clear. Yes. So rules of delivery. Whatever we agree will be considered as delivery. The moment you do that, it's delivery of the goods. Part delivery is deemed to be the delivery of the goods. But if after sending part of the goods, I don't send the rest, then it's a different thing. Otherwise, it is deemed to be a delivery of the whole of the goods. It is the duty of the buyer to apply for the delivery. It's not the seller's duty to deliver. The seller only has to keep the goods ready. So where will he keep the goods ready? At the place at which they were at the time of sale. So let's say I was in Bangalore when the contract was made, but the goods are in Kolkata, and contract does not say anything at all. So the goods have to be bought ready in Kolkata, not in Bangalore. Right? Or if agreement to sell, the place at which they were at the time of agreement to sell. Then if the goods are, the delivery must be made within a reasonable time. Then the delivery, if the goods are in possession of a third party, it is deemed that the goods will be delivered only when the third party acknowledges, that the third party says, I have your goods. It is the tender for demand for delivery, like you have to call and say, please deliver. You cannot call at 3 in the morning, hey bro, I hope you were not sleeping. No bro, I was waiting for your call, only two mad people. Expenses of putting the goods into a deliverable state is borne by the seller, but expenses of delivery is borne by the buyer. If the seller delivers less than the contracted or more than contracted, 600 was asked, deliver 400. Can I refuse? Yes. Can I accept? Yes. If I accept, I will only pay for 400. 800 he delivered. Can I refuse? Yes. Can I accept 600, refuse 200? Yes. Can I accept the whole 800? Yes. If I accept the whole 800, I must pay for the whole 800 at the contract rate. If the goods are mixed, different description goods are mixed, you must accept your description and reject the rest. But if I am mixing inferior and superior quality of goods, that is not considered as different description. Inferior and superior quality goods mixed together is not different description. Installment delivery. I am not liable to accept the installment delivery unless we agreed beforehand that the delivery will be made in installments. Then if the goods are sent to the carrier, it is deemed that the goods have been delivered to the buyer. Now some goods, normal losses happen in transit. So in that case, the deterioration that happens in transit, it is even if the buyer says I will bear, it is the seller who must bear that loss. And the last one, if the goods are sold by description and the buyer has not examined the goods before accepting, he must be given a right to examine. Okay guys, with this we are done with this unit. See, there is nothing like this is important, this is not important. I have always told you this. We will do Priya in the next unit, no? Sale by an unpaid seller. So please don't ask these topics, what is important. I have shown you how versatile the questions can be. I see I can give you any question from anywhere. Past 3 terms, 2 terms they are giving on loss of goods. Important. Might be again they will give this time. Auction sale, past 3 terms, auction sale every time. Maybe they will give you this time also. Maybe they won't. So there is nothing like that. Unpaid seller. Who is an unpaid seller? Who has not received the whole price of the goods. That means, can I say even a partly paid seller is an unpaid seller? Am I right or not, guys? Waiting for your answer. Achha, one more thing. When we are doing the revision, marathon, your book should be in front of you. You must be revising with your book in front of you. At any point you have missed, you can add it there. Tell me guys, partly paid seller, is he also an unpaid seller? Is a partly paid seller an unpaid seller? Yes. Correct. Even a partly paid seller is an unpaid seller. Now, when I say partly paid seller, is a partly paid seller an unpaid seller? Yes, the partly paid seller is an unpaid seller. Now this unpaid seller, he has certain rights over the goods. His rights, अच्छा एक बात बताओ, 80% of the price was paid, 20% not paid. Can the unpaid seller, I repeat again, can the unpaid seller exercise lien over the goods? I want an answer from all of you. Yes, he can. Exactly. He can exercise a lien. Correct. So can he exercise a lien over the goods? Yes. But only 20% not paid, doesn't matter. You are unpaid, you can exercise. Even if you are partly paid, you are unpaid, you can exercise, right? Now, this unpaid seller will have rights against the goods as well as against the buyer. Always remember, in the rights against the goods, the ownership is with the buyer. Don't forget that. So what is lien? Lien means to retain the property of another to get some for some specific reason, for some purpose. And once the purpose is attained, you can give the goods back. So the seller has sold the goods to the buyer, but he is unpaid. Why is he unpaid? Because he has not received the whole price of the goods. Why is he unpaid? Because he has not received. Why he has not received? Maybe the seller. अच्छा एक चीज बताओ, guys. Again another thing. Why is not? Why is he unpaid? Or why is the seller not paid? The seller is not liable to pay and he did not pay, or the seller is liable to pay but he did not pay. The seller is not liable to pay, or the seller is liable to pay but he did not pay. Yes. Yes. Acha, I think I said seller is not liable. If I said that, I'm sorry, I'm obviously buyer. So buyer is liable to pay, but he did not pay. Yes. If so, let's say I have given you a credit period of 3 months. In that 3 months, you are not liable to pay. So if you don't pay, also you are not unpaid. But after 3 months, when the period is over, you don't pay, then I'm unpaid. So I repeat again. Why has the scene seller नहीं रे बाबा buyer हाँ buyer. So right of lead, I have sold the goods. Okay, I have sold the goods, but the goods are still with me and I have become unpaid. Why have I become unpaid? Any of the 4 reasons. What are the 4 reasons? No credit period expired, buyer has become insolvent, or the negotiable instrument has been dishonored. I can keep the goods with me and not deliver it to the buyer. I can keep the goods with me and not deliver it to the buyer. Is it clear to everyone? This is lien. When does lien come to an end? And one thing very, very important, please understand, when does lien come to an end? End doesn't mean it's exercised and comes to an end. End means cannot be exercised. End doesn't mean it's exercised and comes to an end. End means cannot be exercised anymore, right? For lien, I have to have the goods. If I have given the goods to the carrier for delivery to the buyer, I have no rights of lien. I repeat again, if I have given the goods to the carrier for delivery to the buyer, I have no lien. Second, if the reason I'm exercising lien is because I've not got the money. If the other person pays me or he offers to pay me, how can I exercise lien? So buyer tenders the payment. Buyer or his agent lawfully acquire the goods. Let's say court order with showing me that court order, I have to give the goods, right? Or estoppel or waiver. It's okay, Dashi. I'm just, that was the fun part actually. Estoppel or waiver. What is estoppel? In front of everyone, he says, buyer, whenever you ask for the goods, I will give it to you. I will not stop the goods. By saying that, he is telling the whole world, I don't have a right of lien. By saying this, he is saying to the whole world, I don't have a right of lien. Or waiver. Waiver means to give away your right. I am supposed to receive the money today. If I don't receive the money today, then from tomorrow I am unpaid. Right? I repeat again, I am supposed to receive the money today. If I don't receive the money today, from tomorrow I am unpaid, I can exercise a lien. Now, what I do is, I tell you that you come to me and you're like, ma'am, can you give me 1 month extension? And you know how generous I am. I'm like, jao, le lo. I give you that 1 month extension. The moment I give you that 1 month extension, can I say for that 1 month, I have given up my right of lien? Yes. Now, the moment the lien ends, starts the stoppage in transit. For stoppage in transit, the goods must be physically with neither of the party. That means neither the seller nor the buyer has the goods. Then where are the goods? The goods are in transit. And the reason the seller is unpaid is because the buyer has become insolvent. So please understand, this can be exercised in all the 4 cases. Stoppage can be exercised only when the buyer is insolvent. Given the goods to the carrier and I become unpaid. Why? Because the buyer has become insolvent. How I will exercise my stoppage? I call up the carrier and tell him, don't hand over the goods to the buyer. Or I'll call up the carrier and tell him, stay wherever you are, don't hand over the goods to the buyer. Or I'll tell him, please bring the goods back to me. By doing this, I have exercised stoppage. When does stoppage come to an end? Comes to an end means what? Cannot be exercised anymore. For stoppage, until the goods don't reach the buyer, I have a right of stoppage. But the moment the goods reach the buyer, stoppage comes to an end. So when does stoppage come to an end? When the goods reach the buyer. When does the stoppage come to an end? When the goods reach the buyer. Now, let's say, oh, Rajnikant, are you trying to tell me something by saying that I am generous? I know I'm very generous, but right now I'm not giving you any break. Padhai karo abhi. So now tell me, when I talk about stoppage in transit, let us say the goods have to be delivered here. But here only, previously he collected the goods. Bolo kya hota? After this chapter, I'll give you a break. Here I was supposed to, okay, on my fingers, let's say. Here I was supposed to deliver, but he took it here only. Where does delivery come to an end? First point, second point. First point, second point. I'm tired of, I don't feel like writing here, so I wanted to do this. First point, second point. Where it comes to an end? Bolo, jaldi bolo. Where? First point, second point. All of you saying first point. Okay. Here we were supposed to deliver. Here what he says, my godown is here. Can you please hand over the goods here? So now it comes to an end at the first point or the second point? Or rather, let's take it second point or third point. I repeat again, here I was supposed to collect the goods. Here I say, can you please give it to my godown? So second point or third point? See, if the goods are supposed to be delivered here, but I collected them here only, delivery comes to an end at the first point. Right? The goods are supposed to be delivered here. I tell him, at this point I tell him, at this, okay, second point, take it. At this point I tell him, can you please hand over the goods at this place? So from here to here, the carrier is acting as my agent, not the agent of the seller. Delivery comes to an end at the Correct. I hope you've understood. Now, right to resell. After all this, if I still don't get the money, I'm not going to sit and cry, my money gone, everything gone. I will not do that. What I will do? I will sell off the goods so that I can recover my money. What will I do? I will sell off the goods so that I can recover the money. So, before resell, you should give him a notice. The whole point is that, look, bro, last chance. Want your goods? Pay me the money, otherwise gone. I give him a notice, I sell the goods. Makes any sense? No. After giving him a notice, I should wait for a reasonable period of time. If during this period of time he pays me, well and good. If he does not, I'll resell the goods. But if the goods are perishable, no notice has to be given. Why? Because here it is deemed notice. Correct? Now, I gave him a notice and still he did not pay. I resell the goods and there is a loss. I will recover it from him. But if there is a profit, it's mine. I will keep it. On the other hand, I don't give him any notice and I sell. My fault. The loss will be borne by me. But if there is a profit, who will keep the profit? I am not giving him a notice. That means I'm just acting as his agent. Profit belongs to him. I have to give it to him. Now, rights against the buyer. I did not switch on the fan only. Is there a disturbance, guys? Is there a disturbance? The fan is not on. I have not switched on the fan only since morning. Is there a disturbance, guys? Now, what are the rights against the buyer? Wait. Now it should not be. What are the rights against the buyer? Against the buyer, first and foremost, he can sue the price. Okay, he can sue for the price. Okay. Second is he can sue for interest. If there is a delayed payment, even if the contract does not say anything, I still have a right to sue for interest. Then I can sue for damages for non-acceptance of goods. The seller delivers the goods to the buyer, proper time, proper place, till the buyer does not accept the goods. He can sue for damages for non-acceptance, and if there is a breach, if it's an actual breach, he can sue for price, and if it is anticipatory, he can sue for damages. Last 2-3 things, effect of subsale or pledge. Let us say the seller sold his goods to the buyer, but the goods are still with the seller. And the buyer goes and resells the goods to C. In the meantime, B becomes insolvent and A becomes the unpaid seller. So guys, when A becomes the unpaid seller, can he exercise a lien over the goods? Everyone has to answer, can he exercise a lien over the goods? Yes, he can. As long as he has the goods, he can. As long as he has the goods, he can. So I repeat again, can he exercise the lien over the goods? Yes. Now, why? Because any subsale or pledge made by the buyer does not affect the rights of an unpaid seller over the goods. But now let's say B, okay? I repeat again, let's say B has taken S's approval for the subsale or pledge. He took S's approval that is it okay if I subsale, and he says okay, no problem, you can sell it. Then in that case, can he exercise the lien? No. Why? Because he has given the approval. Or second, if B has a document of title which he transfers to the new buyer, then the new buyer can show the document intake, because document of title means I'm the owner. In these cases, he cannot exercise any lien over the goods. Otherwise, can he exercise lien over the goods? Yes. I hope it's clear to all of you. Moving forward, what are the rights of the buyer? First and foremost, the damages for non-delivery of goods. If the buyer is ready to take the delivery, the seller is not in a position to deliver. The buyer can sue for damages for non-delivery of goods. Sue for specific performance. In case of a certain goods, if the goods have no substitute or damages are not adequate relief, you can sue for specific performance, that is, sue the other party to perform. Sue other party to perform. Then the next one, sue for damages if there is a breach of warranty, or if there is a breach of condition treated as a breach of warranty. Sue for price. There is a breach of condition, or you have paid advance money and the other person does not pay. There is one more right, sue for interest. That is for, yes, you have paid the money but you don't get the goods. So for that delayed payment, can you get the interest also? Yes. Can the buyer also claim special damages, if any, from the seller? Yes. So these are the rights of the buyer against the seller. Moving on to auction sale. It's an invitation to offer. Sale is made by the fall of the hammer or in any other customary manner. Goods can be put up in lots, and each lot is a separate contract. The bidder, if he wants, he can retract his bid before the fall of the hammer. If the seller wants to bid at the auction, he has to reserve the rights to bid. That is, he has to mention beforehand that I want to bid at the auction. If he does not reserve the rights to bid, it is fraud. Can the seller appoint more than one bidder? Or, if he does that with pretended bidding, again the sale is voidable at the option of the buyer. If the sale may be subject to a reserve or upset price, that is below this price, the sale will not be made. One last example I want to discuss. A sold car to B by auction. Okay. B paid by check, which later bounced. B paid by check and took the car. The check later bounces. A claims the goods on grounds that B is not the. You have to answer me. Is it right? Everyone says cannot claim the goods back. Okay, the answer is no. Why? The sale is complete on the fall of the hammer. The moment fall of hammer happened, B became the owner. If the check bounces, A can sue B. Can A sue B for the money? Can A sue B for the money? Can A sue B for the money? Got it, guys? Yes, but he cannot claim the goods back. So with this, we are done with Sale of Goods Act. And I think before we continue, we should take. So you want a B lunch break now or just a 5 minutes break we should take? No, not necessary. Not necessary. So guys, you want like a lunch break now? 30 minutes or 5 minutes break is okay. What more, Priya? We have so many things to cover today. 5 minutes? Lunch break we will take around 2 o'clock. That works with everyone. Chalo, I'll give you 5 minutes break. We'll be back in 5 minutes. Okay? Hello guys. See, I'm so generous. I made that 5 minutes into 10 minutes. No one can question my generosity. You're smart people. Guys, I can see that sarcasm in your comments, okay? So we'll start with partnership now. Okay? All of you ready? I want to see that yes for all of you, from all of you, that we are ready. See Rajnikant, you are blessed to have me. Yeah, Priya, I am totally. Rajnikant. I want to see that yes from all of you. Can we start? Thank you, Rajnikant. Sure. Moving forward, Indian Partnership Act. Very easy chapter. Yo, do you get the job mistake done here? Rajnikant. This is how they do it. Can you see the job mistake done here? Partnership का spelling is gone for a toss. So came into force on the 1st of October 1932, and obviously Partnership Act deals with what? Partnership, right? Partnership Act deals with partnership. So what is a partnership? Partnership is an agreement between two or more persons to share the profits of the business carried by all, or any one or more acting for all, right? So I repeat again. So I repeat again, I want everyone's attention here, all of you. So what do we mean by partnership? Partnership is an agreement between two or more persons to share the profits of the business carried by all, or any one or more acting for all. So please always remember one thing. It is always for profits. Like in company, we have Section 8 company, which is not non-profit. If I teach you, I ask you a question, I will not get a single reply. But right now, everyone super interested in this, right? And I agree, Rajnikant, I agree. Now I have agreed. Can we please go forward with the classes, right? I agree. So, all of you, please understand, when we talk about partnership, always remember partnership is only for profits. So, we can never have a non-profit partnership. Like company, we have Section 8 company, which is a non-profit company, but partnership is always for profit. Now, if I look at this definition, right, if I look at this definition, I get all the essentials of partnership, right? If I look at this definition, I get all the essentials of partnership. So what are the essentials of partnership? Tell me. What are the essentials of partnership? First of all, there has to be an agreement, right? There has to be an agreement. Now, Rajnikant, I agree to what you say. Even this also I agree to the last statement. Now, all of you pay attention here and you will answer any question that I ask you. So, right, I repeat again, there has to be an agreement. Partnership can never arise out of status. There should be an agreement. When I say agreement, agreement can be express or implied. If it is express, it can be oral or written. When we write the deed where we mention all the clauses is known as partnership deed. Now, I have a question for all of you. Tell me when I talk about partnership, what is the minimum number and what is the maximum number? Minimum is 2, maximum is 50. What happens if it goes more than 50? What happens if it goes more than 50? What happens if it goes more than 50? It becomes an illegal association. Now, what is the agreement about? To share the profits. The agreement is to share the profits. So, sharing of profits is the essential of partnership. So always remember, the essence of partnership is always for profit. So we can never have a non-profit partnership. So it is to what? To share profits. It is to share profits. Now tell me one thing, in what ratio? Okay guys, all of you have to tell me, in what ratio do I share the profits? In what ratio do I share the profits? If not agreed, how do I share the profits? If not agreed, how do I share? Eh? Rohit, that is if it is agreed. Oh, AD. I was like, why have you given equal sign? Now I understood. Yeah, if nothing is agreed equally. Okay, so on this, I have my next question. If loss will be shared obviously as agreed, and if nothing is agreed, how? Loss के लिए if nothing is agreed, how? No problem, Rohit. It's okay. It's okay. You still keep answering. Okay? Still keep answering. Not an issue. Yes. No, it's not equal. It is not equal. For those who are saying equal, it is not equal. AD is in full Josh today. Please, it is not equal. Remember that if nothing is agreed, it is PSR. Please don't make that mistake. Yes. Business, renting of property, okay? Renting of property is never considered as business, right? Renting of property is, please remember, renting of property is never considered as business. Who will carry the business? All of them together, or any one or more acting for all. So let us say we have 3 partners A, B, C. So A has a twofold character. He is both the agent as well as the principal. Abhi, why we call him the agent? Why we call him the principal? When he is dealing with the outsiders, to the outsiders he is the principal, and when he is dealing on behalf of the firm, to the other partners he is their agent. Now, when he carries the business, it's not just him who is bound, but the whole firm is bound. And this is the cardinal principle, the most important element of partnership. That means, can I say partnership is an extension of law of agency? Yes. And if you remember, one of the ways of creating agency, if you remember guys, one of the ways of creating agency was how, I repeat again, one of the ways of creating agency was how agency can be created by operation of law, and that operation of law is nothing but partnership. Now, true test of partnership. If the agreement of partnership is expressed, I know there is a partnership. But if the agreement is oral or if it is written, I know there is partnership. But if the agreement is oral or if the agreement is implied, how will I know whether there is a partnership or not? So I have to look into the essentials, whether the essentials are present or not. There should be agreement, there should be business, there should be sharing of profits. But just because sharing of profits is there does not make you a partner. Even if you share profits, you may not be the partner. So along with sharing of profits, the most important element is what? Mutual agency. Only if mutual agency is present, I can say there is partnership. So on this, sharing of profits is the prima facie evidence of partnership, but the true test is what? Mutual agency. Right? Is it clear to all of you? Can we go forward? So the true test is what? Mutual agency. That means if there is mutual agency, we can say there is partnership. Now coming to types of partners. Before types of partners, let's talk about the different types of partnerships that we have. Partnership for a fixed period. It is formed for a specified period of time. Once the period is over, the firm is dissolved. But if the partners want, can they continue? Yes. And if they continue, it becomes a partnership at will. What is particular partnership? It is formed for a specified purpose. Once the purpose is over, the partnership comes to an end. But if the partners want, can they continue? Yes. And it becomes a partnership at will. What is partnership at will? No time is given in this partnership to determine how long the partnership will continue. So as long as we want, we will continue. But there is a very unique feature of partnership at will. Any partner can give a written notice and retire from the firm or dissolve. That means they don't even need the consent of others to do that. Just by giving a written notice, they can retire from the firm or they can even dissolve the firm. Arthaika, concentration mari. Concentrate mari. Oh, sorry. Again, I hope it's clear to all of you. Now moving on to the next, that is different types of partners. The first one is what? Active partner. We also call him the ostensible partner. Now, does he bring in capital? Yes. Does he take part in the does he take part in the business? Yes. Does he share profits, also the losses? Yes. Is he known to the outsiders? Yes. Is he liable to the outsiders? Yes. Does he have to give a notice? Yes. Now, sleeping or dormant partner. You will think, acha, paisa deke so gaya. Please let me tell you, soya nahi hai. He's very much awake. He's keeping a hawk like watch. Do something wrong, I'll pounce on you right now. Does he bring in capital? Yes. You will not bring capital. You will not do business. So, kya bhai, aapki aarti utarni thi, I'm keeping you. So, obviously, he will bring in capital. Does he take part in the business? No, I'm a little lazy days. Huh? So, like that. Does he share profits, also the losses? Yes. Yes. Obviously, profits and losses you have to share. Doesn't matter what type of partner you are. Generally, every partner shares the profits and losses except nominal partner. That's a different thing. Is he known to the outsiders? Yes. Is he liable to the outsiders? Yes. Does he have to give a notice of retirement? Yes. Now, what is the next type of partner? Nominal partner. Who is a nominal partner? Who is a nominal partner? Guys, just 1 second. Ask me. So, coming back again to the next one. Coming back again to the next one, nominal partner. He is actually, because of the goodwill attached to his name, he lends his name to the firm. Does he bring in capital? Name I will bring, capital I will bring, business I will do. Then why do I need you? He does not bring in capital. In fact, he does not even take part in the business of the firm. Now tell me, when we talk about liability of a nominal partner, is he known to the outsiders? Yes. Obviously, because he is lending his name, because of his name we are making contract with him. Is he known? Yes. Is he liable? Yes. Does he have to give a notice of retirement? Yes. So when I talk about notice of retirement, sleeping partner does not have to give notice of retirement. Active partner and nominal partner has to give a notice of retirement. Just 1 second, guys. What are your doubts? You have differences between, yes, you have differences. And how many points to learn? You can learn 6-7 points. In case you get maximum, it will be for 7 marks. So you can write 7 points, that works. Okay? Now, partners in profits only, they share only the profits, not the losses. Are they liable to the outsiders for the act of the firm? Yes, they are liable to the outsiders for the acts of the firm. Sub-partner, he is actually when a partner agrees to share a part of his profits with another, that person is the sub-partner. I repeat again, when a partner agrees to share a part of his profit with another, they are known as what? Sub-partners. Now tell me one thing, sub-partner, is he actually a partner of the firm? No, he is actually just a partner of the partner. So he has no rights or liabilities against the firm. The rights or liabilities are restricted to the partner's share. Clear? Partners by estoppel or holding. I am not a partner. You are a partner. You go to a third party and in my presence you say, I am a partner and this is my other partner, Nitika Ma'am. And I keep quiet. I become a partner. Why? Because I kept quiet. Right? I become a partner because I keep quiet. So I am a partner by estoppel. Now, if the third party makes a contract with the firm, the third party to whom the representation was made makes a contract with the firm. Will the firm be liable? Obviously, contract is made with the firm. I will also be liable. My liability is civil. This third party, okay, I have a question for all of you. This third party goes and tells someone else that Nitika Ma'am is a partner of that firm. Am I liable to that someone else also? I will come back to your question. I will come back to your question. A little later, I'll come back to your question. Okay? So I have asked you a question, guys. Please answer. The person to whom the representation was made goes to someone else and tells that, you know what, Nitika Ma'am is a partner of the firm. I keep quiet. I mean, to someone else he says, I'm sorry. That someone else on that faith makes a contract with the firm. Am I liable? No. Why not? Am I liable to that someone else? No. Why not? Because the liability is only to the person to whom the representation was made. This is one. Second, I am not related, I'm not a partner of the firm. I go to an outsider and I say, you know what, I'm a partner of this firm. Right? I repeat again, I'm not a partner of the firm, but I go to an outsider and I say, you know what, I'm a partner of this firm. Because I make a representation that I'm a partner of the firm, if the third party contracts with the firm, I will also be liable. Correct? Yes, yes, yes. AD Aryan, I think you're Aryan, right? A minor is not a sub partner because he's not a partner's partner. So minor is not a sub partner because he's not a partner. He's not partner's partner. Sub partner is basically correct, guys. Correct. Sub partner is basically, let us say partner A agrees to share 20% of his profits with D. So that is a sub partner. Okay. Now let us say a partner retires from the firm without giving any public notice. So even though he has retired, but to the third party, he is still a partner of the firm by estoppel or holding out. Can we go forward, guys? Yes. Minor. A minor cannot become a partner of the firm. He can only be admitted to the benefits of the firm. That means what? If you remember, under Indian Contract Act, a contract with a minor is void. So if a minor becomes a partner, that means it's a contract. And a minor cannot make a contract. So an agreement with a minor is void. So a minor cannot. Second thing, when I say partner, partner means what? Unlimited liability. A minor can never have unlimited liability. So an agreement with a minor is void. However, a minor can be a beneficiary. When I say beneficiary, that means what? When he becomes a beneficiary, what happens in that case? When he becomes a beneficiary, what happens in that case? First, he will get his share of profits. He can check, inspect, and copy the accounts of the firm. He can sue the other partners for his share, provided he severs all his connections with the firm. Correct? He can sue the other partners for his share. That means if he wants to sue, he can sue, but he has to cut off all his connections with the firm. When a minor is a beneficiary, he can never be held liable personally. The liability is only against the minor's property. Then, when a minor is admitted to the benefits of the firm, okay, when a minor is admitted to the benefits of the firm, he will have, when we talk about beneficiary, within 6 months from now, when he becomes a major, he cannot continue as a beneficiary. So you have to either choose to become a partner or to leave the firm. When a minor on a, you don't have to do it overnight. You are given a period of 6 months. So when a minor becomes a major, within 6 months he has to decide whether he wants to become a partner or not. If he within 6 months he decides that he does not want to become a partner, he must give notice that I don't want to become a partner. If he does not give any notice, he will automatically become a partner. If he decides not to become the partner, he will leave the firm. It ends there. But if he decides to become a partner, or because he does not give a notice, he automatically becomes a partner, he will be liable from the day he was admitted to the benefits of the firm. That means what? Here he became a beneficiary. Here he becomes a major, and here is the end of the 6 months. So he is not liable from here or here. He is liable from the day he was admitted to the benefits of the firm. I hope clear. With this, unit 1 is done. Before I start with unit 2, guys, any problem, any doubts you have in unit 1, ask me, and then we will move forward. Then for that 2 months, he was the partner, and the liability obviously is dead. So legal heirs will not be personally liable. The liability is only against his property. Okay? So the liability is against his property for the act that was done while he was a beneficiary. Clear? So moving on to unit 2. This unit is only a little huge, or there are a lot of things here. So rights of a partner. What are the rights of a partner? First, obviously, every partner has a right to take part in the business. I'm only active. Unless I tell you are active, everyone is active. So every partner has a right to take part in the business of the firm unless there is an agreement to the contrary. Every partner has a right to be consulted. If it is a day-to-day matter, majority consent is sufficient. But if it is a managerial decision, I need the consent of all. Every partner has a right to check, inspect, and copy the accounts of the firm, but it should be done bona fide. That means without an intention to cheat the partners. Then every partner has a right to remuneration. No. Right to remuneration is not an inherent right. Remuneration is payable only and only in 2 cases. What are the 2 cases? If it is the custom of the firm or if it is in the agreement. Guys, I have a question. Agreement does not say that we will pay remuneration, but remuneration is always paid to all the active partners. So any partner who joins the firm as an active partner will be entitled to the remuneration. answers are pouring in very late. Yes, he is entitled to remuneration because it's payable to every partner. Now, does every partner have a right to share profits? Yes, that's the reason I've become a partner. Now, my question, all of you will answer. Does every partner have a right to share exclusive profits? So I repeat again, the remuneration one. What is the answer to the remuneration question? Is he entitled to remuneration? Yes, because of the custom. Now my question is, does every partner have a right to share exclusive profits? Exactly, no. Because everyone will share the profits, then who will bear the losses? Because if everyone shares the profits, who will bear the losses? So every partner does not have a right to share exclusive profits. Now, right to interest on capital, is it payable? No, because you have invested your money in a business and you are getting the return in the form of profit. So you don't get interest on capital. But interest on capital is payable if first there is an agreement, second if it is the custom, or if there is any law which says it will be payable. That is, there is a statutory provision. It is paid only out of profits and it is paid only up to the day the firm is operating. So the day the firm shuts down, we stop paying interest on capital. The next one is interest on advance. Advance is something you bring in over and above. Advance is a loan and you don't get interest-free loan. So yes, it is payable, agreed rate, and if nothing is agreed at the rate of 6%. Even if there is a loss you pay, even if the firm shuts down, till the time you don't repay the advance, you have to pay the interest. The next one, right to be indemnified. Indemnify here means what? To pay back. Partner had to, firm had to pay some money, partner pays it. Can he recover it from the firm? Yes. I repeat again, partner had to pay some money, the firm pays. Can he recover the money? Yes. I don't want a new partner to join. Can I stop him? Yes. I want to retire. Can I retire? Yes. I'm being thrown out of the firm without any justified reason. Can I stop myself from being expelled? Yes. I want to, my accounts are not settled. Will I get subsequent profits? Yes. After retirement, I want to carry same business as the firm. Can I do so? Yes, if the agreement does not stop. And do I have a right to dissolve the firm? Yes. Per annum, Rajnikant. It's not per month, it's per annum. Duties of the partners. What are the duties of the partner? I should carry the business for the common advantage, should be just and faithful. If any partner or his legal representatives, they ask for a true account and full information, I should give them the information. I should indemnify the firm for any loss which is caused due to the fraud of a partner, that is my fraud. I should attend diligently to the duties and conduct of the business. I should not claim remuneration for doing the work. I am liable to contribute equally to the losses. Then due to my willful neglect, the firm suffers any loss, I should pay that loss. Point number 9 and 10, we will be doing it in the next one. Okay. If there is a change in the nature of the firm, what is change in the nature of the firm? Like I started the business with something, but I continued with something else. Or if partners leave or partners join, and partnership was formed for a fixed period, or a partnership form was formed for a purpose, and the purpose or period is over, but we continue. Then in that case, the rights and liabilities will remain the same. What is partnership property? Whatever property I start my business with. If during the course of the business I acquire any more property, that is also partnership property. If a partner of the firm withdraws cash from the firm and purchases a property in his personal name, even if he purchases the property in his personal name, the property shall belong to the firm and not to him. Then if a partner's personal property is used by the firm in the business, it will not become the firm's property. It is the partner's personal property. Personal profits earned by a partner. Can a partner make secret profits from the firm? No. So if a partner, by using the name of the firm, by using the assets of the firm, if I have already done very detailed revision of these chapters also. So it's a marathon, so obviously we have to go a little fast also. Otherwise we'll never finish the marathon. The detailed revision, we have already done that. So if बहुत ज़्यादा complication, you're not understanding any topic, here we are doing, but you can also go to that detailed revision also. ठीक है? Again, if a partner is earning any personal profits from any transactions of the firm or by using the name or assets of the firm, he will have to give a share of the profits to the other partners. Why? Because you cannot earn secret profits from your firm. Because your firm is nothing but you. It's a relationship which is based on trust. Then again, if a partnership firm, a partner is carrying the same business as the firm, whatever profits he earns from this business, he must give a share of it to the other partners. Then if a partner, if the agreement says that a partner cannot carry any personal business, can we have such an agreement? Yes. Is it valid? Yes. But a partner carries a business which is not competing with the firm. Because it is not competing with the firm, he has to give the damages. On the other hand, if it was competing, then because he breaches the contract for that, he has to give damages. Plus, because it's competing, he also has to give profits. Can I go forward, all of you? Okay, Shrikant has asked the question and I want others to answer this question. So Shrikant has asked the question, I want you all to answer it. Okay. What do the others agree with Rajnikant? Okay. एक minute. Someone has messaged, can continue with new agreement. Someone has answered, can continue with new agreement. Is that statement correct? Someone has answered, can continue with the new agreement. Is that statement correct, guys? No? Yes, it's incorrect. We don't need a new agreement. Without any new agreement, we can still continue. And the moment we continue, it becomes a partnership at will. We don't need a new agreement. Right? Without agreement also, we can continue. Exactly. Is it clear? Whoever had written that, I hope that's clear to you also, right? So, implied authority. Again, a very important concept when it comes to exam point of view also. One more thing, whenever you get, it's not necessary. A new agreement is not necessary. Without a new agreement also, I can continue. Without a new agreement also, I can continue. Sure. Now, whenever you get a question on implied authority, Shrikant, I hope your doubt is cleared, yes? Whenever I get a question on implied authority, okay guys, I want everyone's attention here. Whenever I get a question on implied authority, always remember, start the answer with a partner is for the purpose of the business of the firm, both the agent and principal. Always start your answer with this line. Hamesha. Always start your answer with this line. One more thing before I move forward. Tomorrow morning the class will be from 8 o'clock. Okay? So, just because today so much of mishap happened, that doesn't mean tomorrow also the mishap will happen. Today was because I have come back after a very long time. You all know I was in Guwahati, so the system was not switched on since so many days. That's the reason. Tomorrow morning, exactly on time, the class will start. Don't be late. Okay? So don't be like, oh my God, in bed. And I don't want anyone in bed. Everyone will be sitting on their study table with their books to do this. Is it clear to all of you? So coming back again to implied authority. What do I mean by implied authority? Implied authority means the authority of a partner to act in the name of the firm and to bind the firm with his acts, right? I repeat again, what is implied authority of a partner? To act in the name of the firm and to bind the firm by its acts. Now, when I talk about implied authority, if the act will bind the firm only when it is done in the ordinary course of the business. It is done in the name of the firm and it is done on behalf of the firm. Dekho, whenever you get a question on implied authority, this is a mandatory sentence. Always start your answer with this sentence. Second, always write a partner can do any business in the name of the firm and that act shall bind the firm if it is done in these 3 points. Mandatory और answer में लिखने का. If it is a question on implied authority, right? If the act is not done in the ordinary course, the firm is not liable. Firm deals in sugar, places an order for rice. Firm is not liable. But the act is not done in the ordinary course, but the other partners ratify it. So when the other partners ratify it, is the firm liable? Yes, in that case, the firm is liable. What is not within the implied authority? Acts beyond implied authority. Now let me tell you here a few things. When I say act beyond implied authority, the authority of a partner, this is given by law that a partner cannot do these acts. But still, the authority of a partner, I can give a partner a little more or a little less authority. Right? He can get a little more authority and or a little less authority. And how can I do it? By an agreement. Right? How can I do it? By an agreement. So by an agreement, I can give a partner a little more or a little less authority. For example, these acts he cannot do. But if my firm deals in buying or selling of property, immovable property, then in that case, can I give him an authority that you can buy immovable property, you can sell immovable property? Yes. Because if I don't give him that authority, for every work he will keep calling me. What will I do then? So can I give him a little more or a little less authority? Yes, I can give a partner a little more or a little less authority. Right? I can give a partner a little more or a little less authority. What he cannot do? If there is a dispute, can he hire a lawyer? Yes. But can he go to the arbitrator? No. So if the partners have any dispute, he cannot go to the arbitrator first. Second, can he open a bank account in his own name on behalf of the firm? No. It's the bank's account, it's a firm's account. Open it in the firm's name or open it in the name of all the partners. You cannot do it in your name. But guys, tell me, I have a question. The other partners told him, bro, it's okay. Make an account in your name only. Then can he open a bank account in his own name? Yes, he can. Why he can? Because if the partners allow him to do these acts, he can do these acts. I hope it's clear. Then can he withdraw a suit? He cannot compromise or relinquish. Compromise means instead of 10 lakh, give 8 lakh in full settlement. Relinquish, कुछ देना ही नहीं होगा. He cannot do that. If a case is filed by the firm, can he withdraw the case? No, he cannot withdraw any case filed on behalf of the firm. If any case is going on against the firm, you cannot go and say, oh, my firm is doing this, my firm is doing that. It's based on faith and trust. How can you speak against your firm? So he cannot admit any liability against the firm. Can he acquire an immovable property on behalf of the firm? No. Can he acquire movable property? Acquire, transfer, buy, sell. Can he acquire or buy, sell movable property? Yes. Immovable property? No. Can he enter into a partnership on behalf of the firm? No, it's a managerial decision. You need the consent of all. Now, a partner's authority can be extended or restricted. That is, a partner can be given a little more authority or a little less authority. Now, see, if I am giving you more authority or I am giving you less authority, this is something which is between us. It is something internal between the partners. How will the third party know? So, is the third party. So, guys, you will tell me, is the third party bound by the restrictions or extensions? You will tell me, is the third party bound by the restrictions or extensions? getting satisfactory answers. Not getting satisfactory answers. No. Exactly. Exactly, Dikshit Rajnikant. Correct. The third party is bound by it only if he knows about it. So if he has notice of the extension or restriction, he is bound. But if he does not have notice, so implied authority can be extended or restricted. Outsider dealing with the firm shall be bound if he has knowledge of such restrictions. Right? Now, acts in emergency. If in an emergency to protect the firm, a partner acts outside his authority, tell me, is the firm liable? All of you. It's now, it's a very good time. It's like 1 o'clock. That time when the world wants to sleep, right? Afternoon nap. So, all of you, wake up, wakey, wakey. Answer, quick, tell me. If in an emergency to protect the interest of the firm, the partner acts outside his authority, is the other partners bound by it or not bound by it? If he knows he's bound, if he knows, then acts in emergency happens only when the other partners don't know. Not CA students. Oh, yeah. CA students are sitting in the class, right? Exactly. If he has acted as a man of ordinary prudence, if he has acted in good faith, the other partners are liable. Chalo. Notice to an active partner. Is it deemed to be a notice to the firm? Yes. But the notice must be actual and not constructive. Now here, there is one more thing. It's not there in the notes. Let's talk about it. Contractual liability. Tell me, if any act was done when the firm existed, are the partners liable even after dissolution? Yes. Partners liable even after dissolution. Partners liable even after dissolution. Yes. Actual notice means it's a real notice, not a fraudulent notice. Constructive means it's not a real, it is with an intention to deceive the firm. Then the next one is liability for tort. When I say liability for tort, what is liability for tort? If a partner acts in the ordinary course of the business, he is doing the act in the ordinary course and he is doing the act with the consent of other partners. That means what? The other partners have given him authority to do the work, not to do the tort. If he commits a tort, he is liable or the whole firm is liable? Firm is liable. That means for the tort of a partner, the firm is liable. Right? For the tort of a partner, the firm is liable. And the last one is misappropriation or misapplication of cash. A partner receives money on behalf of the firm and misuses it, or the firm receives money and a partner misuses it. In both the cases, who is liable? The firm is liable. Who is liable? The firm is liable. I hope it's clear to all of you. Yes. Now we are done with the whole parts of implied authority. I'm giving you a minute. Anything, any doubt you have to ask, you ask, and then we will go to the next set of topics which will wind up the topic. Game over. Nice. You all do whatever you want, but I want to see all of you clearing lock paper in CA foundation. Got it? Study well, all of you. Study a little extra, write a little extra. Exams, practice and all. Okay? So, dissolution of partnership. Dissolution of partnership takes place in 6 ways. The first one, admission. What is admission? When a new partner joins the firm. Now, when a new partner joins the firm, how can he join the firm? With the consent of all or express agreement. When a new partner joins the firm, he is liable from the day he joins the firm. He is not liable from prior date. But can he agree to be liable from a prior date? Yes. Even if he agrees to be liable from a prior date, the third party cannot sue him. Okay, on this I have a question, hoping all of you to answer. Okay. Let us say A, B, C are are partners of a firm. They take D as a new partner. A, B, C make a contract with T that my new partner will be liable for old debts. Is D liable? Or rather, is D liable to T? But guys, ABC contracted with T, know that D will be liable. Exactly. So there should be an agreement between A, B, C, D and T, all the three. Only then D is liable to T. Exactly. Only then he is liable to T. Correct? Retirement. How can a partner retire from the firm? With the consent of all the partners or express agreement or by giving a notice if it's a partnership at will. When a partner retires from the firm, he is liable up to the date of retirement. That means up to the date of notice, he is liable. What are the rights of the partner? He will get his share of profits and property. If the firm does not settle his accounts and continues its business, he will get subsequent share of profits, or his share will be treated as a loan and he will get interest on loan. Can he carry a similar business as that of the firm? Yes, he can carry a similar business as that of the firm if there is no agreement to the contrary. But when he carries the same business, he cannot use the name of the firm, he cannot solicit the clients of the firm, or he cannot show any connections with the firm. Instead of taking the share, he can even sell his share to an existing partner. And when he sells his share to an existing partner, he will have no further claims over the firm. Correct? Now, tell me one thing. So, what happened? No, ABC. Let's say ABC. They are partners of ABCD are partners of a firm. And they had rented a property for their business. This rent agreement was in the name of A. In the name of A, they decided to make the rent agreement. Right? They decided to make the rent agreement in the name of A. Now A retires. So guys, tell me, when A retires, will the rent agreement automatically vest in the name of BCD? The answer is no. The mere fact that agreement was made in the name of a partner who has retired is not an automatic assignment of the rent agreement in favor of the other partners. So, no, it will not be so. I hope it's clear to all of you. Yes. Now, moving forward, I want everyone's attention here now. Insolvency. The day the court declares you insolvent, you cease to be a partner of the firm. I repeat again, the day the court declares you insolvent, you cease to be a partner of the firm. When you, in case of insolvency, you have no rights, no liabilities, whatever. Then, the moment a partner is dead, he ceases to be a partner of the firm. No notice is given, no notice is needed, nothing. When a partner is dead, the liability is up to the date of his death. For the acts of the firm up to the date of his death, the legal heirs are not personally liable. The liability is only against his property. Right? The legal heirs are not personally liable. The liability is only against his property. Again, when we talk about death, what are the rights of the legal heirs? The rights are the same. Share of profits, property, subsequent share of profits if the accounts are not settled, and he can sell his share to any existing partner. So the rights are same as in the case of retirement. Can I stop the legal heirs from carrying on a competing business? Absolutely no. So that right will not be there. Expulsion, when we throw a partner out of the firm. When we talk about expulsion, obviously I cannot just come and throw a partner out. For that I need consent of majority. Agreement should authorize the expulsion and the partner to be expelled. The expulsion is in good faith. Sorry. When we consider expulsion in good faith, if three conditions are fulfilled, it's done in interest of partnership. The partner to be expelled is served with a notice and is given an opportunity of being heard. Transfer of shares. What do I mean by transfer of shares? When a partner transfers a part or whole of his share to another. Just because I have transferred, it can be by way of sale, pledge or mortgage. Just because I have transferred my shares, transferee does not become the partner of the firm. So he will get his share of profits, but he cannot interfere with the business. Neither can he take part in the, neither can he check, inspect and copy the accounts. On dissolution, he will get his share, and to determine his share, he will be given a statement of affairs as on that. Now, registration of partnership, is it mandatory or is it mandatory or is it optional? It's optional but desirable. Why do we say it's desirable? Because if the firm is not registered, there are certain disabilities that a firm faces. First of all, when we talk about registration, actually one more thing. Chalo, I have a question for you all. In sub-partner, I'm not selling my shares to him. I'm just agreeing with him that a part of my profit, I'll give it to you. And for that means when I get the profit, I will give it to you. So he has basically no rights over the firms or anything. But when I sell my share, the partners that this person transferee steps in my place in the firm. He's not a partner, but now he's directly getting the money from the firm. Is directly getting the money from the firm. I think FinSphere, it's a FinSphere, sorry, it's clear. I repeat again, guys, does subsequent profits and subsequent debts or liabilities go hand in hand? Thus, subsequent liability and subsequent profits go hand in hand. Exactly. The answer is no. Subsequent debts happens when you have not given a public notice. Subsequent profits happens when accounts are not settled. They don't go hand in hand. If both the situation happens, then both will happen. But otherwise, depending on the situation. So they don't go hand in hand, please. Okay. Now, coming again to registration, how do we register the partnership? We make a deed, and this deed is sent to the registrar of firms along with the fees. The deed is signed by all the partners or any agent on behalf of the partner. It is sent to the registrar. The registrar will make a record, and then the registrar will send what do you say? The registrar will make a record, and then the registrar will send the certificate of incorporation. When you get the certificate of incorporation, you are registered. Sorry, certificate of registration, registered. What are the disabilities of an unregistered firm? It cannot sue a third party, but a third party can sue the firm. So if my firm is unregistered, I cannot sue a third party, but the third party can sue me. If I want to claim a set-off, the maximum amount of set-off that I can claim is rupees 100. I cannot claim more than rupees 100. And if the firm is unregistered and the partners want to sue each other, the partners also cannot sue each other. I want to sue my other partner to dissolve the firm, that is allowed. But otherwise, I cannot sue my partners. So if a partnership firm wants to sue a third party, two conditions have to be. So many a times, no, they ask a question, what are not the disability? And what people do is they'll go and write, what is disability? Please be careful. The question is, what is not a disability? How can you write about what is a disability? So when I say what is not a disability, please don't write that. What is not a disability is the third party can sue the firm. They can claim a set-off of up to rupees 100. Please write it. If the partners want to sue each other for dissolution, they can. So please be careful. Now, if a partnership firm wants to sue a third party, what are the conditions? First, the firm should be registered. Second, the partners suing should be named as partners of the firm. Right? First, the firm should be registered and partners suing should be named as partners. What do you mean by this? In the records of the registrar, your name should appear as a partner of the firm. In the records of the registrar, your name should appear in the name of the partners as a partner of the firm. Now, dissolution of the firm, it can be without the order of the court or it can be with the order of the court. Without the order of the court, how can I dissolve the firm? It can happen by agreement or happening of certain contingencies or by notice. What is by agreement? With the consent of all the partners mutually decide, let's dissolve the firm. What is happening of certain contingencies? Time is over, purpose is over, firm is, a partner is dead, a partner is insolvent, except one, all are dead, all are insolvent. In all of these 6 cases, the firm will be dissolved. By notice, if the partnership is a partnership at will, any partner can give a notice and dissolve the firm. What is this with the order of the court? A person can apply to the court. It could be a partner, it could be a third party, anyone can apply to the court. Let dissolve this firm. What are the cases where the firm will be dissolved by the court? On what grounds court can dissolve? Permanent disability of an active partner. It's not sleeping, it's active partner. Right? Permanent disability, so as someone has said, half swan. Not full swan, you're half swan. Illegal laws, business is illegal. It becomes an illegal association. What is illegal association, guys? What is illegal association? Okay, more than 50. Achha, I have 10, let's say I have a business, that business becomes illegal. Should I dissolve the firm? Yes. Let's say I have three business, one is illegal. Should I dissolve the firm? Guys, I have three business. Yes, this is done. Everyone has given right answer. Good. I have three business, one is dissolved. Tell me. I have three business, one is dissolved. ये बोलो, I have three business, one is illegal. Should I dissolve? No. I can dissolve that one business, continue the others. But if I have only one business and that's illegal, the firm should be dissolved. Perpetual losses. The firm is only undergoing losses. No scope of turning it into a profit. Consistent breach of contract by a partner. Partner is continuously breaching contract. Misconduct of a partner. Then deadlock in management. Then except one, all are dead, all are insolvent. That person should have shut down the firm. He does not. Can someone apply to the court to dissolve the firm? Yes. And any other just and equitable grounds. When a partnership firm is dissolved, always remember the partners remain liable till public notice is not given. Okay. So, in case of partnership firm, remember partners remain liable till public notice is not given. Okay. Deadlock in I'll specify. I'll tell you. Deadlock in management means there are four partners. If two will say yes, the other two will say no. Deadlock. Cannot reach to any decision. How will you write the Ajinomoto provisions? Okay, that question is there, Ajinomoto. You can say a partnership can be dissolved by the order of the court. In case the business of a partnership has become illegal and the firm is not dissolved, the court may order for the dissolution of the firm. In this case, the firm has to be dissolved. However, if the firm has multiple business and one of the business is illegal, the firm can shut down that business and continue the rest of the business. Today, is it clear? Keep your answers very simple. Just write what is needed. Order of, now once the firm is dissolved, what is the order of payment? First and foremost, I will pay outside liabilities. After that, I will pay partner's loan. Then I will pay partner's capital. And if there is any surplus, I will pay that surplus. Now, how you know the concept of deficit? The whole point is that the firm's capital, firm's assets must be enough to pay the firm's partner's capital. The whole concept is whatever I have bought in, I will take it back. So the firm's assets must be enough to pay the capital. If the firm's assets are not enough to pay the capital, there is a deficit. And in deficit, the partners have to bring in cash from home. If a partner has both personal property as well as partnership property, if a partner's personal property is used and this partner has both personal debts as well as partnership debts, then his property will be first used for his personal debts and then his partnership debts. This we wind up. If anyone has any doubt, you ask me. Otherwise, we are done with this. We'll now take a lunch break and then first, anyone has any doubts, we will discuss. What happened, Priya? All good? So guys, in that case, should we take a lunch break now? 30 minutes lunch break. Let's have lunch. It's 1:30. Yeah, you see, I told I'm generous. You guys don't believe it. That's the point. That's the problem. Okay. So I'll see you in 30 minutes, guys. 30 minutes, we'll have lunch and join back. Okay. Since we are all home, we don't need to go out anywhere, so we can have it in 30 minutes. Okay. I'll see you in 30 minutes. It's 1:30. I'll see you at 2. Bye, 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 bye. Huh? Guys, can you hear me? Okay. So, did you have lunch? Yes, yes, Priya, I had. After so many days, I had lunch at home. This ZACIAN, who is that? This ZACIAN, who is this? Yes, after a very long time, I had lunch at home. Yes. So, can we proceed? He changed his name. Who is it? Before he changed his name, who it was? So, guys, should we proceed to Companies Act now? So, let's start with Companies Act. Right now, we have already covered 41 marks from the paper. Once this chapter is done, we will be covering up 62 marks. Right? Once this chapter is done, we will be covering up 62 marks. So basically, right now, we have already covered 41 marks. Okay? So let's start with the chapter. Companies Act 2013. When we say Companies Act, obviously Companies Act means to do with companies, right? So what do I mean by a company? As per section 2 subsection 20, a company means a company. This clause 20 defines, not subsection, sorry. Clause 20 defines the term company, and it says a company means a company incorporated under this act or any other previous law. Company law. Now, when we say companies, what are the characteristics of the company? It has separate legal entity, that is member and company are different. Member is not liable for the company and vice versa. Then perpetual succession. What is it? Death of the member will not result in the death of the company. Member swaha. Company swaha, no. Members may come, members may go. Company chalti jayegi, chalti. It's like, non-stop chalti jayegi. The liability of the member is limited to the unpaid value of the shares that they hold, or in case of guarantee, to the amount of guarantee that they have given. Beyond that, there is no liability of the member. A member, if a company wants to sue someone, the company can sue that person in its own name. It does not need the name of its members to sue. Vice versa, if someone wants to sue the company, they can sue the company in the name of the company. They don't need someone else to file a case against the company. Then, separate property. Property of the company does not belong to the property of the members. Company's property belongs to the company, and the member has no rights over the company's property only on the fact that he's a member. Company is managed by a separate body called the board of directors. And last one, company has common seal. Earlier it was mandatory, now it's not mandatory, so a company may not have a common seal. If the company does not have a common seal, the document shall be signed by 2 directors. And if the company has appointed a company secretary, then 1 director and 1 company secretary. Right? Moving on, what are the different types of companies? It's a very important part, we already know. You will get questions from this. So, there was a rectification in this which I had uploaded. I hope you have seen that rectification because, if you remember when I was teaching you, I showed you what mistake was there in ICI book. ICI finally rectified that mistake, right? ICI finally rectified that mistake. So, and because this mistake was rectified now, there is a very high probability that you might get a question from that also. So I hope we have watched that to know what the rectification is. So moving on, can I say every company is either a private or a public company? Yes. And every company, whether private or public, is either limited by shares, okay, limited by guarantee or unlimited liability company. What is a limited liability company? The liability of the member is only for the unpaid value of the shares that they hold. What is limited by guarantee? The liability of the member is only for the amount that he has promised to contribute to the assets of the company in the event of the company being wound up. When I say company limited by guarantee, it may be with share capital or it may be without share capital. With share capital, double liability, I am liable for the guaranteed amount as well as the unpaid value of the shares also. Unlimited, without share capital, only single liability, I am only liable for the guaranteed amount. Now, when we talk about company limited by guarantee and company limited by shares, what is the difference? In company limited by shares, the liability arises during the course of business or during winding up. But limited by guarantee, the liability arises only during the course of winding up. Limited by shares will always have a share capital, but limited by guarantee may or may not have a share capital. What is unlimited liability? There is no limit on the liability of the member. But remember, the liability of the member is unlimited to the company and not to the third party. OPC. Who can be a member of an OPC? Only a natural person who is an Indian citizen, whether resident in India or otherwise. Guys, in our notes we have added and has stayed in India for not less than 120 days in the immediately preceding financial year. Guys, please go and change it. Please delete that line from the notes. Please remove that line and has stayed in India for 120 days. Please, all of you. Chalo, now, who was a resident in India who has stayed in India for 120 days in the immediately preceding financial year? Now tell me, what is the whole purpose of nominee? Tomorrow, if the member dies, the nominee's name will be entered. The nominee will become the member of the OPC. Where do I put his name? MOA. What do I take from him? Written consent. What do I take from him? Written consent. His written consent is filed with the registrar. Can the nominee withdraw his nomination? Yes. Can a member change his nomination? Yes. And again, we have to find the new nominee. A person can be a member or a nominee of only one OPC. That means I can be a member of one OPC and I at the same time can be a nominee of one other OPC, but only one. If a person becomes a member of more than one OPC, how can that happen? I cannot start it. That can happen only because of nomination. Then within 120 days, I must, within 180 days, I must fulfill the requirements of the Act. Right? So, a person shall not be a member of more than one OPC and nominee of one more OPC, but only one. And if he becomes a member of more than one OPC, okay, by virtue of nomination within a period of 180 days, he must fulfill the requirement of the Act. Now, a few restrictions: a minor cannot become a member of an OPC. It cannot incorporate as or convert into a Section 8 company. It cannot register as an NBFC, including investments in any body corporates. Right? Moving forward to the next one. What is the next type of company? Private company. What is a private company? Which is not a public company. What is a public company? Which is not a private company. Private company has a minimum paid up capital as may be prescribed and by its articles restricts the transferability of shares. That means shares can be transferred but subject to conditions. Right? Subject to conditions. Limits the number of members to 200. By counting the 200 employees and ex-employees who acquired the shares while they were employees and continue to hold them even after the employment ceases shall not be counted, and joint holders are counted as single members. In private company, if you get a practical question, will be from this point mostly. And prohibits the invitation to the public to subscribe in the securities. That means we cannot go for public issue. Public company means which is not a private company, has a minimum paid up capital as may be prescribed. And you can use ex-employees, you should use, but you cannot just write ex-employees. Instead of writing persons who were formerly in the employment, if you cannot remember, you can use ex-employees. But you have to write who acquired the shares while in it. Their whole sentence should come. Subsidiary of a public company is deemed to be a public company. So if a private company is a subsidiary of a public company, even though in its articles it's a private company, but the Companies Act will apply as if it's a public company. Clear all of you? Small company. What do you mean by a small company? Which is not a public company and paid up capital of which does not exceed how much? Please, in the exams, write it like this. You don't have to write like this. In the exams, please write it like this only. Does not exceed 4 crores and turnover does not exceed 40 crores. That's it. Now, nothing in this clause shall apply to a holding company or a subsidiary company, a company that registered under Section 8 or governed. That means even if they fulfill the criteria, they will not get the status of a small company. Now what happens? People forget to write public company here and they will write this clause shall not apply to public company. Please don't make such mistakes. Write the definition. Definitions you cannot do it here and there. Please. One more thing, that means can I say public company includes a small company and an OPC? Yes. Now moving forward, holding subsidiary and associate. Holding company in relation to one or more other companies means a company in which such companies are subsidiaries. Subsidiary, you become a subsidiary if the holding company controls the composition of the board of directors or exercises or controls more than one half of the total voting power, either on its own or together with one or more of its subsidiaries. Associate means a company is said to be the associate of another if the other has a significant influence over it, not being a subsidiary. So now people don't remember how they will write, in which 20 to 50% holding. Please don't write anything. You remember what I taught in the class that you are just putting down because you don't remember. Definitions, please write as it is given. So what is associate? Which has where one company has a significant influence over the other is an associate. When I talk about associate company, what is significant influence? At least 20% of the total voting power. A few things here we need to remember. First, company for this clause, for the first two clauses, company includes a body corporate. Right? For the first two clauses, that is subsidiary and holding a clause, company includes a body corporate. Second, for all the cases, shares held in fiduciary capacity shall not be considered. Correct? Moving forward, government in which at least or not less than 51% of the total paid up share capital. See, here it is total voting power. Please, yesterday I saw someone's answer, total paid up share capital. It's wrong. Total voting power, this is total, whereas here its paid up share capital is held by the central government or the state government or both. But where the company has issued DVR, instead of paid up capital, it will be total voting power. What is a foreign company? Incorporated outside India and having a place of business in India. Place of business in India can be direct or through an agent. It can be physical or online. Section 8 company. Form to promote. See, you have to write, if you get a question on section 8 company, this is point 1. And then you will write the object of such company is 1, 2, 3. Right? The object of this company is to promote sports, science, arts, commerce, charity, and profits into the business to promote the object. So this is how you write. Second, the company shall apply to the central government for a license. Third, once the central government allots the license, the company need not use the word limited or private limited after its name. Even a partnership firm can be a member. Please, these are points. You cannot, I saw in objects, people are writing in objects, need not use the word. Some have written should not use the word. The approval of the central government. Now, if the affairs of the company are conducted fraudulently or against the objects of the company or against public policy or against the conditions subject to which the license was issued, the central government may revoke the license. On revocation, the company will be ordered to convert into a private or a public company. When that happens, it must use the word limited or private limited after its name. Second, it may be ordered to amalgamate with another Section 8 company with similar objects. Third, it may be ordered to wind up. In winding up, what happens to the surplus? Okay, I want everyone to answer. What happens to the surplus? Okay, what else? It will either be given to another Section 8 company or it will be transferred to IPF under the IPC. What is a dormant company? It is either to form, it is formed to for a future project. No, Priya. It's never distributed to the members. It's either given to another Section 8 company or it's transferred to insolvency and bankruptcy fund under the insolvency and bankruptcy code. Now, what is a dormant company or an inactive company which is formed for a future project or to hold any assets, including intellectual property rights? And such company does not have significant accounting transactions. What is significant accounting transaction? Other than this code, everything is significant. What? Payment of fees to the registrar, payment to fulfill the requirements of this act or any other act, allotment of shares to fulfill the requirement of the act, maintenance of office and reports. Other than this code, everything is significant. What is an inactive company which has no business operations, or in the past 2 years it has no significant accounting transactions? So for the past 2 years it has not filed its annual returns or financial statements with the ROC. Then it becomes what? Dormant company. I hope it's clear to all of you. So with this we are done with types of companies. Public financial institution formed under the Central or the State Act, or 51% of the paid up share capital is held by the central government or the state government or both. So we are done with this. 2 minutes. Anyone has any doubt, ask me before we move forward. There is nothing to explain in any company, which is declared as an any company. We will do negotiable LLP and then we'll end. I hope it's clear. Can we go forward? See, Indian Contract Act will take a little time. Tomorrow morning we will do Indian Contract Act. So from this today I want to finish off all the other chapters. Anyway, it's like it's not that heavy also. We are feeling good only. If negotiable, we feel like we cannot complete it, we'll do half and half. Incorporation of company. For incorporation of company, I have to file an application in Spice Plus. What is Spice Plus? Specified pro forma for incorporating companies electronically plus. What all is there in this? Application for name, application for incorporation, then appointment of directors and allotment of them. These 4 applications go in Spice Plus. Now, along with Spice Plus, we have to give MOA, AOA. Then 2 declarations will go. First declaration will be given by CA, CS, and advocate, and any one of the director or manager. What? That we have fulfilled the requirements of the Act and the rules under it for incorporation. Another declaration will be given by every director and every subscriber. What? That 3 things. Yeah, that is why I'm keeping the whole day for. Also do a detailed thing if possible. Sometimes in the coming week, I will do a very detailed one also for Indian Contract Act. But it's a marathon, so cannot be very slow, but I won't go too fast. That is why keeping only Indian Contract Act for tomorrow morning. Now, the second declaration shall be given by every director and subscriber that we have not been guilty of offence in the in incorporating any company. We have not been guilty of fraud or breach of duty in the management of any company, and all information given is true and correct to my knowledge. Then address for correspondence has to be given. Details of subscribers like name, surname, family name, address, occupation, photo ID, and if it's a body corporate, then SIN. And details of directors, name, surname, family name, address, occupation, photo ID. If however you cannot have a body corporate, so it's always a person, a DIN. Can my director be a director of any other company, a member or a share or a partner? Yes, so those details have to be given. And his written consent will be taken that yes, I agree to act as a director of the company. Now, once this is filed with ROC, ROC will be satisfied and issue a SIN. And allot a SIN and issue a certificate of incorporation. This certificate of incorporation is an evidence It's an evidence of incorporation of company. I hope it's clear to all of you. The next one is companies incorporated by giving false or incorrect information. Now, if the company is incorporated by giving false or incorrect information, and I come to know about it even before the company is incorporated, then every person who signed the document and had knowledge about the false information shall be liable under section 447. Right? After incorporation, if I come to know, every person who has signed the document shall be liable under section 447, and the tribunal can pass any of the orders against it. First, orders for the management of the company. Second, liability of the members unlimited, winding up, strike off the name of the company or any other grounds. But before any order is passed, the company shall be given an opportunity of being heard, and the tribunal shall take into consideration contract already made. Is it clear to all of you? Is it clear to all of you? Any doubts you have? Otherwise, we'll go to the lifting of corporate bill. If you have any doubts, I'll get back in a minute. Okay. So let's go forward. Let's go forward. Now, we already know that company and members are different. But in some cases, the court has ignored this wheel and taken the company and member as one. So we are going to discuss the cases where the wheel was lifted. First, protection of revenue. The name of the case was Sir Dinshaw Manekji Patent. So what happened in this case was this D, to avoid payment of taxes, he formed 4 companies. To each of the company, he transferred a part of his investments. So profits got diluted. He took the income from the investments as loan from these companies, and this loan was never repaid. The court held that the only purpose that these companies were formed was to avoid the payment of taxes. The wheel was lifted. And when I say the wheel was lifted, the company and D was taken as one. That means he was asked to pay the higher taxes. Second is where the company is a sham or fraud. There are 2 cases here, Guilford Motor Company versus Horn, Jones versus Lipman. So the employer told his employee that after you quit my job, you cannot deal with my clients. So the employee quit the job and he was not allowed to deal with the clients, but he only knew the clients of this person. So what he did was he formed a company, and through this company he started dealing with the clients. The court held that the only reason that this company was formed was to deal with the clients of the other person. The wheel was lifted, and when the wheel was lifted, he was ordered to not deal with the company was ordered not to deal with the clients of the employer. The next one was where the company is formed to avoid welfare legislations. The name of the case is Workmen of Associate Rubber Industries Limited Bhavnagar versus the Associate Rubber Industries Limited Bhavnagar. So employer, what happened? No, they were earning good and they were paying the bonus also. But they had saved money which they had invested. And from the income of this investment, because the income of this investment increased their profit, they had to pay a higher bonus. So they formed a subsidiary, and to this subsidiary company, they transferred a part of this investment so that the profits will go down. The court held that the only reason the subsidiary company was formed was to avoid the payment of higher bonus. The wheel was lifted. And when the wheel was lifted, the court held that both the profits should be added together, and whatever comes as profit, bonus should be paid on that profit. And the last one was to determine the true character of the company. Whether, see, in all the previous cases, the company was incorporated with a wrongful purpose. Here, the purpose of the company was not wrong. But because there was a war, and to determine whether the company is my alien enemy or not, the wheel was lifted. So this company was incorporated in England, but 90% of the shareholders were German. During World War, English and Germans were at war. So this company filed a case against the English debtors. The court lifted the wheel and saw that 90% of the shareholders are German. In general, it would have been an English company, but because of the situation given, the court declared this company to be a what? A German company, that is an enemy company, and was ordered that they will not receive the money. Now moving forward, we are almost done with Companies Act. Wow. Memorandum of Association. When we say Memorandum of Association, means the memorandum originally framed and altered from time to time. We have 6 clauses of the memorandum, if you remember: name clause, registered office clause, object clause, capital clause, liability clause, association clause. Can you get a question? Guys, tell me, can you get a question like what are the clauses of memorandum? Bolo. Yeah, I will have chai after 4 o'clock. Mandatory. Otherwise, we'll die here only. Not all the cases, but if you can remember this case names, it will be good. Otherwise, it's okay. Ashbury Railway Company versus Ritchie, Royal British Bank versus Turquoise Issue. They will not ask you, like, explain this case. That they will never do. Ayo, I just took a lunch break now. We just took a lunch break, not even 1 hour. Chai break. You guys need more break than doing the work. Exam chekne jaoge, you should say in 3 hours we need half an hour to breaks only. Give us 3.5 hours. 10 minutes break. Oh, is it? Okay, even I'm a chai lover. Chai is my life. So, can they ask you what are the clauses of MOA? Yes, they have asked also once. Name clause, it will state the name of the company. The name of the company should always end with the word private limited or the words limited. Registered office, it gives the name of the state where the office is situated. Decides the domicile of the company, right? It decides the domicile of the company. Object means what? Object means the purpose of the contract, the reason the contract is made, right? The reason the contract is made. And if you make any contract which is against this object, it is what? Ultra. Capital clause tells us the authorized capital along with the division. Liability clause, if the company is without share capital, can we say it will not have a capital clause? Can I say it will not have a capital clause? Am I right or not? Will not have a capital. Liability clause tells us whether the liability is limited, unlimited. If it is limited, limited by shares, limited by guarantee, whatever. Association clause or the subscription clause is basically the subscribers, they give a signature saying that we declare that we are forming this company. They give a declaration, they tell you their name, address, occupation, the number of shares they are taking, their PAN number, their digital signature. Right? With this, we are done with the contents. Okay. Rajnikant, if you love something, you should know how to make it. Articles of association, it is basically, see, what is the difference between MOA and AOA? MOA tells the relation of company with the outsiders. AO tells the relation of the company inside. Right? If the company, MOA will say whether the company can do something or not. But how it can be done is given in AOA. Now, when I talk about AOA, can I alter my AOA? Yes. AOA can be altered by passing a special resolution. What is special resolution? 75% votes in favor. Okay. It is 75% votes in favor. Correct. But can the articles mention that one particular clause of the article can be altered by something more than 75%? I repeat again, what is special resolution? 75%. And my articles can be altered with 75% consent. But my articles can also mention that a particular clause can be altered only by something more than 75%. And such a contract is absolutely valid. Right? Such a contract is absolutely valid. I hope it is clear to all of you. This is known as an entrenchment clause. I can put this entrenchment clause at the time of formation of the company, or I can put it later as an amendment. When I put it as an amendment, for this amendment, public company obviously special resolution, but private company has to get the consent of all. Right? Otherwise, if a private company wants to alter its AOA, it needs special resolution. But for this alteration, it needs the consent of all. I hope it is clear to all of you. Can I move forward, guys? Doctrine of ultravires. What does Doctrine of ultravires say? It was laid down in the case of Ashbury Railway Company versus Ritchie. If you do anything which is not given in the object clause of MOA, it is ultravires. Right? If you remember, your dad allowed you to take 500 rupees from his pocket Instead of 500, you took 1000. That 500 was intravires, the rest 500 was ultravires, right? What are the consequences? First and foremost, the contract is void of ab initio. Even the whole body of shareholders cannot ratify the contract. Even a single shareholder can sue the company for injunction. Now the most important parts. If a contract is ultravires the directors but intravires the company can ratify it. If the company has taken any loans which is ultravires and from that has purchased goods or services, that money cannot be recovered. However, if the money remains unutilized, the outsider can sue the company for injunction to stop it from using that money. If the money has been, if an ultravires loan, that means what? If you have taken an ultravires loan and I have purchased goods, can the third party sue us to recover the money? No, it's ultravires. But I have taken the ultravires loan, but the money is unused. Because I don't have a right over this money, the third party outsider can sue me to stop me from using this money. If I have taken an ultravires loan and from that money I have paid a lawful debt, you don't have a right over this money, but a debt paid is lawful. So it will be deemed that you have not paid, the third party has paid. That is, the third party steps into the shoes of the debtor. That means what? You have taken a loan from this person and you have paid to your creditors. So let's say you have paid it to your creditors. So you don't have a right over this money, you are out. It seems as if the lender has paid the money and the lender steps into the shoes of the debtor and can recover that money to the extent of the lawful debts. I hope it's clear to all of you. But you will say, ma'am, everything is good, everything is okay. Void ab initio sab samajh mein aaya, but how is the third party supposed to know what the company can or cannot do? So comes the doctrine of constructive notice. Under section 399, whenever you file a document with the ROC, the document becomes a public document. And it is deemed that every person dealing with the company knows about it. Now, this doctrine of constructive notice protects the company against the outsiders? Yes, it gives the protection to the company that outsider, if you have not read my document, it's your fault, not mine. So it protects the company against the outsider. But everything is fine. As an outsider, I have to see whether the company has a right to do something or not. But how that right was given is not my concern. So I am not liable for the indoor management. Company can issue, but it needs to get the consent of the shareholders. So I just have to see whether the company can issue or not. How it got that authority, whether the consent was taken or not, is not my concern. This is doctrine of indoor management. What doctrine of indoor management says is it protects the outsiders against the company, right? It protects the outsiders against the company. That is, outsiders, company. If the company, you just have to check whether the company has the authority to do something or not. How the authority was given, you don't have to check that. And if the company has done anything outside the authority or without the authority, it's not your liability. You need to know whether the company has a right to do or not. How the right was given is not your concern. So this is what? Indoor management. Indoor management, the concept was laid down in the case of Royal British Bank versus Turquoise, and it was in this case, it is a locha to in constructive notice. That is, it protects the outsiders against the company. Now, however, there are certain, because of this doctrine, no, people started misusing it. So there are certain cases where this doctrine does not apply. If you know something is wrong, you cannot say, not my headache. You know resolution was never passed. When you know it, it's your fault also. If you are negligent in your work, you give money to the security guard, you purchase assets from the accountant of the company. Accountant does not have a right. You are negligent. You cannot claim any relief. Yo, I don't know. Did not read MOA. This time leave me. Next time I will read and come. Bro, before you come to me, read and come. And then last one, forgery. Fourth signature, no rights are given to anyone. I hope you remember Hasina Wala. Yes. Moving on to the shares part. See how many marks you will get. क्वेश्चन आप जो लिख रहे हो उसमें आपको कितना मार्क्स मिलेगा वो तो आपको डिपेंड करता है क्वेश्चन क्या है। क्वेश्चन अगर आपने की फैक्टर्स जो भी है उस क्वेश्चन के आंसर को अगर उसमें लिखा है तो आपको मिल सकता है अच्छा मार्क्स। तो डिपेंड करता है आपने कैसे प्रेजेंट किया आपका आंसर, आपने क्या लिखा है, कितना लिखा है। तो मार्क्स तो आप कभी भी इट शुड बी परफेक्ट, जितना अच्छा आंसर हो सकता है उतना अच्छा मार्क्स। कहाँ से चेक करोगे तो हमारा क्वेश्चन बैंक है, आप उस क्वेश्चन बैंक को रेफर करके उसमें से चेक कर सकते हो कि आपको कैसे पता चलेगा कि आपका आंसर सही है या गलत। Okay, moving on to the, oh my god, don't you think this chapter went a little too fast? Did I go a little too fast with this chapter? Like, please tell me, like, I want to know, did I go too fast with that chapter? Nothing like that, no? But it went, don't you think it went a little too fast? But it went too fast, right? I mean, too fast, but then not by speed. I'm saying it finished off so fast. Speed is okay. Everyone is saying, other than Ruben, everyone is saying it is okay. We have also done Companies Act ka detailed video also. That is there on Yash's ka channel. Right? So please do go through that also. If anyone has any doubts there, it's more detailed. So moving on, shares. A share is a share in the share capital of the company and includes stock. And I told you, though very funny, this definition has a meaning, right? When I say shares, you can divide the shares into equity shares and preference shares. So preference shares, they get preference in payment of dividend and they get preference in winding up. That means what? Before paying equity dividend, we first pay preference dividend and only then we pay equity dividend. Again, tomorrow, if the company goes into winding up, after the creditors, if the preference shareholders who get their money first, and after that, we pay the equity. Equity shares, we don't have types. Exactly. Then fine. Equity shares, we don't have types or anything. What is equity shares, which is not preference shares? This is the definition. Now, for the next few days, I could actually get tags on Instagram from you all that you are studying and that, writing practice. Kuch ek to hona chahiye, ek do hona chahiye. I should also know what you guys are doing. On a very serious note. Guys, tell me, do I need to explain this? Acha, batai deti hu. What is nominal capital, authorized capital? 1 crore divided into 10 lakh equity shares at rupees 10 each. Out of this 10 lakh, I issued 1 lakh 1,000 issued capital. Out of this 1 lakh 1,000, yeah. So out of this 1 lakh 1,000, I got a subscription for 1 lakh. Subscribed capital. Okay. Out of 10 rupees, 6 was called up, 4 uncalled. So this 6 is called up. Out of this 6 lakh, 5 lakh 95,000 was paid. A person who had to pay 5,000 did not pay. So this is calls in arrears. This is paid up capital. Okay, chalo, with this we are done with Indian Companies Act. Boom. It's like, we're done with Companies Act. Anyone has any doubt, discuss it. Corporate wheel basically means that the moment a company is incorporated, no, a separate person comes into existence, right? So the company and member is not the same. So there is the wheel. Now, why do we call it the corporate wheel? Because it's not a wheel which is visible, tangible, but it's a wheel which is created by law, gives you a corporate status or a corporate structure. That is why we call it as the corporate. Yasin, did you understand? Yasin, did you understand? Yasin, did you understand? Yes. So with this, we are done with this also, and moving on to LLP. LLP, though honestly speaking, I think you guys are very excited about tomorrow's session. So, LLP में who can be the partners? Can a body corporate be a partner? Yes. Can an individual be a partner? Yes. What do I mean by body corporate? It means a company and includes a company incorporated outside India, LLP incorporated in or outside India, but does not include a corporation sole, right? Does not include a corporation. Corporation sole is a single person office. Does not include a cooperative society and body notified by central government in the official gazette. Now, please, OG, na, don't get. Ayo, ma'am said OG, oh, original gangster. Swag, OG, OG, no G, no G. OG is official gazette. Don't be confused. Please don't be confused. OG is official gazette. ठीक है? कुछ पता नहीं क्या क्या लिख के आ जाओगे एग्जाम में. But does not include a body notified by the central government in the official company incorporated in India, and an LLP incorporated in India is always a body corporate. Now, can an individual can partners can a LLP have minimum to maximum partners can a LLP have minimum to maximum unlimited? If the number of partners of an LLP is reduced below 2 and the LLP carries its business for more than 6 months with the reduced number, then the only partner who has knowledge of the reduction the only partner who has knowledge of reduction shall be personally liable for the acts of the LLP. Designated partners. So, see, LLP is a body corporate. All the partners can be body corporate. So, there should be someone who will manage the business. So, and then who will be responsible for the filing. Tomorrow, if filings are not done, who will I catch hold of? Designated partner. How many? At least two. They cannot be body corporate. They have to be individuals, of which one should be a person resident in India. Person resident in India means who has stayed in India for 120 days during the financial year, not preceding, during the financial year. Now, the incorporation document will give the name of the designated partner. He has to give his prior consent to act as a designated partner. Within 30 days of his appointment, we will file with the registrar his details. He must obtain a DPIN. And if there is a vacancy in his office, he resigns, he leaves the firm, not resigns rather, he leaves the firm, he is no longer a partner, he is dead, insolvent, whatever. Then within 30 days, we have to fill up his vacancy. Now, incorporation of LLP, it's a smaller version of the company's incorporation. First of all, I need two persons who will sign the incorporation document. We will reserve the name in RUN LLP. You know, guys, this name is available for a period of 3 months from the day you reserve it. The name is available for a period of 3 months. We file a statement from now. Whenever you incorporate a company or a LLP, you need a CA or a CS or a CMA or an advocate who will help you with the incorporation procedure. So this declaration will be given by one of the persons who have signed the incorporation document as a partner, and it will be given by this one professional you have hired that we have fulfilled the requirements of the Act. The incorporation document will also state the name of the LLP, the proposed business of the LLP, the address of the LLP, the name and address of partners, name and address of designated partners. Guys, if there are two partners, can I say only two partners? Can I say both of them will be designated partners? I'm waiting for the answer. Can I say both of them are designated partners? I really appreciate, so many people have already left the sessions. I really appreciate for all those people who are still staying stuck here on the screen. Really appreciate it. Yes. Now tell me one thing. If the if the partner is a body corporate, then who will be the designated partner? If the partner is a body corporate, who will be the designated partner? The Josh is going down, guys. We are just left with one more chapter and we will be done with this. Don't let the Josh go down. Tell me, who is the designated partner if the partner is a body corporate? Nana, no majburi, Finsphere. It's choice, no majburi. Yeah, you will send a nominee and that, yes, exactly. That nominee will be the designated partner. Chalo, good. Now, can we move forward, guys? Yes. So, apart from that, we will file it with the registrar of the state where our office is situated. Within 14 days, he will register the documents and he will issue a certificate of incorporation. Now, this certificate of incorporation, the moment you get it, within 30 days of this, you should make up the LLP agreement and file it with the registrar. Designated partner is just like in companies you have directors, here you have designated partner. Not the same. Two of the partners are appointed as designated, minimum two. He will look after the filing, the day-to-day, everything, all of that is done by the designated partner. Basically responsible for the business and everything, especially the filings. Okay. Now, certificate of incorporation, here is the conclusive evidence. Under Companies Act is just an evidence. Here it's a conclusive evidence. Now, if I have incorporated a company by giving, what do you say? If I have incorporated a company by giving false information, right? Then in that case, my liability is imprisonment, which can extend up to 2 years, and not less than 10,000 can go up to 5 lakh. Now, what is a small LLP? Small LLP is contribution of which does not exceed 25 lakh. Partner's contribution and turnover as per. Here we don't have PL. Statement of accounts and solvency does not exceed 40 lakhs. What is as per the statement of accounts and solvency of the immediately preceding financial year? What is financial year? A period that starts on the 1st of April and ends on 31st of March. If an LLP is incorporated on after 30th September, it is 31st March of the next following year. So maximum it can have a period of financial year as 18 months. Now, registered office. Can I say every LLP must have a registered office? Yes. Any document that I want to send to the LLP must be sent at its registered office. How will I send it? By post, under a certificate of posting, or by registered post, or any other manner. Can I change my office? Yes. And if I change the office, I should inform it to the registrar who will file. Unless he files, the change is not valid. Default is done, LLP and his partner shall be punishable with a penalty of 500 per day, subject to a maximum of 50,000. The last provision, name. Name of LLP must always end with the words LLP. The name must not be undesirable or resembling the name of any company, LLP, or registered trademark. They must apply for the name in RU and LLP, and this name is available for a period of 3 months. This name is available for a period of 3 months. If at any given point of time the name is identical, ma'am, I will ask the ROC, how can it be identical? Or is human. If the name is identical, application can be made. Application, who can make the application? It can be made by the company with whose name it resembles, or the LLP with whose name it's resembled, or the proprietor of the trademark with whose name it resembles. For LLP and company, there is no time limit, but the proprietor can only make an application within 3 years of the incorporation of LLP, or in case of change of name, within 3 years from the date of change of name. If the central government feels that yes, the name is identical, it will order the LLP to change its name. Within 3 months, LLP must change its name. Once the LLP changes its name, within 15 days, it must file the order with the registrar along with file the notice of change of name along with the order of the central government with the registrar. The registrar will issue a new certificate of, why new certificate of incorporation? Because the old certificate of incorporation had the old name. So now it will issue a new certificate of incorporation. The day you get the new certificate of incorporation, within 30 days, you should change your name in the LLP agreement. If the LLP fails to change the name, central government will allot a new name and the registrar will enter the new name in the register. And with this, we are done with LLP. That's all of it, upload it in one place tomorrow and send it to Google Drive link. Okay? Is it clear to all of you? With this, we are done with LLP. With this, we are done with LLP. Is it clear to everyone? If anyone has any doubts, ask me. Otherwise, we'll take a 5-minute break and then we'll continue with Negotiable. No doubts for the break, na? Because you're so desperate for the break, you don't have any doubts. Doubts ही होना बंद हो गया अभी. चलो ठीक है. I'll see you in 5 minutes then. ठीक है? After that, we'll start with Negotiable. Can you meet my students? Come. Yeah. And we are back for the final lap of revision for today. Are you guys there? So excited for the last set of preparations. I don't even know. Even I am exhausted. I don't remember the last time I had an off. But I still am excited about everything that I do. That is the problem. The problem is I'm always excited about everything that I'm doing. So, I need to do. Actually, it will just take us 1 hour to finish this chapter max to max. And I don't want to leave it for tomorrow because Indian Contract Act, no. It will take a little time. So, are you ready? I want to see that yes from all of you. I can see with the numbers reducing, I can see how tired everyone is getting now. Oh, it is like you all want to go into that Bermuda Triangle. Chalo. So let's go forward, guys. Negotiable instruments. So with this, we are done with partnership is 20, sale of goods 21, companies act 21, LLP 6 marks. How much does it come to, guys? 68 marks covered. Okay. Online is better, I feel. Chalo. Moving forward, Negotiable Instruments Act. What do I mean by Negotiable Instruments Act? Negotiable instrument. What is negotiable instrument, rather? Negotiable Instruments Act 1881. So what do I mean by Negotiable Instruments Act 1881? What do you mean by negotiable instrument? It's a promissory note, a bill of exchange, or a check payable to or to the order of or to the bearer of the instrument. Right? So, I repeat again, payable to or to the order of or to the bearer of the instrument. What do we mean by this? Order means a specified person. Bearer means the holder of the instrument. I repeat again, order means what? Specified person. Bearer means what? Holder of the instrument. Now, what are the characteristics of negotiable instrument? It should be in writing, it should be signed, it should be it is freely transferable from one person to another. How many times? No limits, nothing. The instrument, the holder's title is free from all defects. Holder here is holder in due course. Who is the holder in due course? He is a person who gets the instrument before maturity in good faith and for consideration. So holder gets the instrument free from all defects. That means what? Even if there is any prior defect to the instrument, the moment it reaches the hands of the holder in due course, it becomes a pure instrument. It becomes a pure instrument. Now, there are certain assumptions, right? There are certain assumptions that it is always drawn for money. It is always, what do you say? It is always drawn, it's always stamped, it's always dated, signed. Then the sum of money, the time of payment, the parties must be certain and the instrument must be delivered, right? When I talk about delivery is not only at the time of drawing of the instrument, it is also at the time of endorsement, or I can say it is not only at the time of endorsement, the drawing of the delivery must be done even when the instrument is drawn. Now let's understand each of the instrument properly. What is a promissory note? It's a promissory note is an unconditional promise or undertaking signed in writing, containing an unconditional undertaking signed by the maker promising to pay a certain sum of money to or to the order of or to the bearer of the instrument. However, as per RBI, no one other than the government can issue a promissory note payable to bearer. So who are the parties to the promissory note? Maker and pay. Maker is the person who draws the instrument, pay is the person in whose favor the instrument is drawn. Bill of exchange. Bill of exchange, exactly here. A bill of exchange is an unconditional order signed by the maker directing a certain person to pay a certain sum of money to or to the order of or to the bearer of the instrument. So here we have three parties: drawer, the one who makes the instrument, the drawee, who accepts the instrument, and the payee to whom the instrument is payable. Now please understand, in case of promissory note, the debtor makes the instrument. In case of bill of exchange, the creditor makes the instrument. Right? What are the characteristics? It must be in writing. There must be a promise to pay. The promise must be unconditional. The sum of money should be definite. It must be signed by the maker. It should be a promise to pay money only. The parties must be certain and it must be stamped. Now, check. A check is a bill of exchange drawn on a specified banker, not expressed to be payable otherwise than on demand, and includes a truncated check or a check in an electronic form. So here the drawee is always a banker and pay. So tell me, what are those two features of a check which are not there in a bill of exchange? No. Correct. It is always payable on demand and it is always drawn on a specified banker, right? It is always payable on demand and it is always drawn on a specified banker. Correct, correct, correct. Can I go forward, guys? Yes. All of you clear? Yes. Now, what are the different types of instruments that we have? Characteristics we have already done. Now, what are the different types of instruments that we have? The first one, bearer instrument. No name is given. That means whoever is holding the instrument will get the money on the instrument. The name of the payee is blank. The name of the payee is blank. In the place of the name, what is written? Or bearer. Or the last, either you are drawing it as a bearer instrument or it is endorsed as a bearer instrument. Either you draw it as a bearer instrument or you endorse it as a bearer instrument. That is, the last endorsement is in blank. Such instrument, if I want to transfer it, can be negotiated by mere delivery. Right? Can be negotiated by mere delivery. Order instrument. What is order instrument? It is always payable to a specified person or as per his order. Right? Always payable to a specified person or to his order. Such an instrument can be negotiated only by endorsement and delivery. That means just by writing the name of the person, I cannot make him the owner of the. Just by handing over the instrument, I cannot make him the owner. I have to write his name, or at least my signature should be there. Inland instrument. Two things have to be there. First, it has to be drawn in India. Second, any one of the two, payable in India or on a person resident in India. So it has to be drawn in India and made payable in India, or it has to be drawn in India on a person resident in India. Right? What is a foreign instrument which is not an inland instrument, that is drawn outside India or drawn in India, payable outside India on a person resident outside India, whatever? Inchoate instrument. Inchoate is incomplete instrument. Incomplete instrument. That means what? The sign of the drawer obviously has to be there. Otherwise, how can we, right? If the sign is only not there, then the instrument is never valid. So, sign of the drawer is obviously there. But the other information, right? But the other information is missing. Other information is missing partially or wholly. So let's say I give you an authority. The maximum value of this instrument can be 20,000. I give it to you and I tell you fill it for 15,000. How much can you recover from me? Guys, answer. I give you the instrument and I tell you fill it for 15,000. The maximum value of the instrument is 20,000. I give it to you and I say fill it for 15,000. You fill it for 20,000. How much can you recover from me? Authority was given for how much? Authority was given for how much? 15. How much can I recover? 15. You give it to a holder in due course for 20,000. How much can the holder in due course recover from me? I repeat again, you give it to a holder in due course for 20,000. How much can the holder in due course recover from me? Okay. From me, not from the person who gave it to the holder in due course. From me, how much can the holder in due course recover? 15K. How much can he recover from you? How much can the holder in due course recover from you? 20K. A gave an incoherent instrument to B for 15,000. How much can B recover from A? 15. B gave it to C for 20,000. How much C can recover from A? 15. How much C can recover from B? 20. I hope it's clear to all of you. No. C holder in due course can recover from A. Yes, 15. But from the person whom he has received, from that person, 20. Okay? Clear? Can I go forward? What is an ambiguous instrument? It is an instrument which looks like both a promissory note and a bill of exchange. It looks like both a promissory note and a bill of exchange. It is up to the holder to decide. Priya, you have a doubt? If you have a doubt, should I explain that case again, guys? Okay. So I repeat again. I'm repeating the whole case again. Let's say A gave the instrument to B to fill for 15,000. B filled it for 20,000. How much can B recover from A? How much can B recover from A? All of you answer. I'm waiting. 15. Even though he filled it for 20, he can still only recover how much? 15. B gave it to C for 20,000. C is a holder in due course. How much can C recover from B? How much can C recover from B? $20. How much can C recover from A? Exactly. Rajnikant, now is it clear? What is an ambiguous instrument which looks like both a promissory note and a bill of exchange? So I should treat it as a promissory note or I should treat it as a bill of exchange. Depends on the parties, on the holder. Once he decides to treat it as something, it will be treated as that. Okay? Now, what is now the next topic? Now we are done with types of instruments. Anyone has any doubt in any type of instrument or should I go forward? Anyone has any doubt in types of instruments or can I go forward? Negotiation. See the whole characteristics of negotiable instrument is you can keep transferring it and and keep transferring it. That's the whole feature of negotiable instrument, right? So a negotiable instrument can be transferred as many times as we want. So a negotiable, what is negotiation? To transfer the instrument so as to make the transferee the holder of the instrument, right? To transfer the instrument to make the holder transferee the holder of the instrument. Now negotiation can happen either by delivery or by endorsement. What is delivery? If the instrument is payable to bearer, I don't have to write anyone's name. I will just hand it over to you and you become the owner. So when the instrument is payable to bearer, I can just give it to you and you become the owner of the instrument. Negotiation can be done by just delivery of the goods, of the instrument. But when the instrument is payable to a specified person, or to his order, in that case, to negotiate the instrument, I have to complete it by endorsement. What is endorsement? I write on the instrument. What I write? I give my signature. The moment I give my signature, I have endorsed the instrument. Along with my signature, I can also make the, specify the name of the person to whom the instrument will be payable. This is known as what? Endorsement. Endorsement has to be completed by delivery. If the instrument is not delivered, endorsement is incomplete. A endorsed it, kept it in his table drawer and was like, I will deliver it. Before he could deliver, he is dead. Is the endorsement valid? Absolutely not. So endorsement is valid only if the instrument is, if the endorsement is completed by delivery. So the rules of delivery are important for exam points, so listen very carefully. When we talk about delivery, delivery must be done not only at the time of endorsement but also at the time of making the instrument. When we talk about delivery, delivery must be of the whole instrument, not a part of it. Delivery must be done by the endorser or it must be done by the drawer or maker. Correct? Any person on behalf of the drawer or maker or endorser can do it only if authorized. Right? Can do it only if authorized. Okay? One more in this. When we talk about delivery, the legal heirs can deliver only if authorized, and on the death of the person, the delivery by legal heirs is not a valid delivery. I hope it's clear to all of you. With this, we are done with negotiation. I hope it's clear. Anyone has any doubt, you ask me, otherwise we'll move forward. Dishonor. This is again very important. Every term they ask you questions. And if they ask you questions on this, you're supposed to write the whole thing. If the check, after the issue of the check is dishonored. What is the reason for dishonor? Insufficiency of funds. Please, this is important. I repeat again, if after the issue of the check is dishonored. Why is the check dishonored? Because of insufficiency of funds. It is punishable by imprisonment for a term of up to 2 years or fine twice the amount of the check or both. But before you can actually sue the other person, two things have to be there. It has to be in discharge of a lawful debt. So if you have given it as a gift, donation, not enforceable. You cannot punish even if it, banker will give you a notice that the check has been dishonored. When the banker gives you the notice that the check has been dishonored, you must immediately, within 30 days, give a notice to the drawer that your check has been dishonored. Once he gets the notice, if within 15 days he pays, good. If he doesn't pay, then you will take an action under this section. That's it. They ask literally every term, they ask very easy, but they do ask for this. Okay? If check has been stopped payment. Is there a problem? Is there a problem? Is there a problem? Not hear me. Why? But here it's working. When I see from my phone, it is showing it is on. You just check the once. You just check once is the live working. Yes, can you hear me now? Okay, now it's fine. Okay, I'll just let him know. Okay, so moving forward. So I had asked you a question. Yes, Vivek. Hello. Vivek, tell me. Okay, no problem. Okay. Guys, can you hear me? Can you see me? Did you get the question that I gave you? I'm repeating it again. I issued a check to you. Then I go to the bank and stop payment. You take the check to the bank does not pay. Now you say you are liable under 138. My question is, am I liable under 138 or not liable under 138? Okay. So whenever it comes to stop payment, please ask this question: what was the reason for stop payment? If the reason for stop payment was insufficiency of funds, then you are liable under section 138. But if the reason for stop payment was something else, then not liable under section 138. Right? Other reasons, then not liable. If other reasons, not liable, but if it is because of insufficiency of funds, you stop payment, then you are liable under section 138. Right? Now, presentment. Instrument is presented for acceptance, for sight, and for payment. So, for acceptance, obviously only bill of exchange has to be accepted. So, bills of exchange is presented for acceptance. When should you present it? Which one? Dishonor of check. ये बहुत important section है exams के लिए. So, bill of exchange can be presented for acceptance. When it should be presented? Within a reasonable time from the time it is drawn, during the business hours, and on a business day. 48 hours should be given for acceptance, and in fact, if he does not accept within 48 hours, it's dishonored by non-acceptance. If there is a default in the presentment, no party is liable. If the drawing is not found after reasonable search, then again the bill of exchange is dishonored. How dishonored? By non-acceptance. If the bill of exchange is supposed to be, is directed to drawing at a particular place, that means if I have to present at a particular place, it must be presented at that particular place only. If a generally we don't have to accept, promissory note is never accepted. But if a promissory note is payable after sight, we need to present it for sight. It must be presented within a reasonable time during the business hours on a business day. If default is made, no party is liable. Right? There is one line I want you to understand this because this is important. This questions actually is asked from this part. So, basically, there is this one line that I want to discuss. When the promissory note is payable on demand and not payable at a specified place, no presentment is necessary, right? So, promissory note is payable on demand and no particular place specified. Then do I need to present it? No. No presentment is necessary. Okay. Now, to whom will I present it? This is presentment for payment. To whom? Maker, promissory note के case में, acceptor in case of bill of exchange, and drawee in case of check. When? Business hours. Payable on the day of maturity. If it is payable in installment, then the date of installment, every installment, third day from that date, it should be presented. So if it is 15th of every month or 18th of every month, it should be presented. Then instrument is payable at a specified place, then it must be presented at that place. When no place is given, it should be presented at the place of office or business. And if there is no office or place of business, then wherever he can be found. So it must be presented at the place of business or residence. If no place of business or residence, wherever he can be found. If the instrument is payable on demand, it should be presented within a reasonable time. If default is made in presentment, no party is liable. Oh, achha. This I have given here. Exception: if the promissory note is payable on demand and no particular place is specified, then no presentment is necessary. Right? We already discussed this anyway. Then, if there is a delay in presentment, like while going for presentment, the person went with an accident, was in coma, then he woke up after 4 months, then that period of 4 months shall be excluded. Now, when presentment is not necessary, when the person prevents the presentment, that means you disappear, you're not showing yourself. When it is payable at a place of business and that place of business is closed during the business hours, or when it is payable at a specified place and that person does not, he told me come to Starbucks from morning to evening, I bought 5 cups of coffee of Starbucks, he did not come, now I have a debt, I have this money he owed me and I owe money to the Starbucks kind of 5 coffee, my god, I'm gone, bankrupt, insolvent, gone, 2500 3000 rupees gone for that coffee only. Now a liable party, you don't have to present if the liable party, if he cannot be found after due search, or the party said, whether you present or not, I will anyway make the payment, then I'm not liable to present. Or if the party does not suffer any damage due to non-presentment, that means even if I don't present, the party does not suffer any damage, so I don't have to present the instrument. Or if the party says, that you don't have to present, I will anyway pay you, he waives off his right of present. Now the last part, rules of compensation. Let's say 15,000, you had to pay me 30,000. Instrument dishonored. Will give me 30,000. I have to pay for the noting charges. You will give me the noting charges. Then after that, 18% interest also you will pay. Is it clear to all of you? This we are done. And if it is in different countries, then on that day, whatever is of exchange. 18% interest from the day it was supposed to be paid to the day you finally pay it. डाउट्स भी पूछ लो फाइनली डन तो ओके डाउट्स भी पूछ लो and I'm pretty sure as usual there is no doubt also. Oh my god, seriously. Today no questions. Actually a little you want I'll send it today or tomorrow whenever you say. Rohita, the paper is ready. I can send you anytime. Today, tomorrow, whenever you want. Yeah, I will go. I'll go and have chai now. So I'm thinking of 15 days, 15 questions also. Some random questions here and there, some concept. What do you guys say? It will be good or it will be disheartening, scary? If it will be scary, I won't do it. You guys tell me. I do. Good. I'll start sharing from today or tomorrow, whatever. Then I'll start sharing. But then you guys have to go and answer those questions. You cannot send me personal answers, answer there only, okay? Okay, chalo, done. So I'll end the session here, guys, today. We'll end the session. We'll end the session here today. Please revise if you have doubts so that you can ask me tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll do Contract Act. Okay, chalo, no problem. Okay, guys, I am taking a leave now. I'll see you tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning it will be at 8 o'clock. I will not be late. 5-10 minutes is different, but otherwise I'll not be late to the class. Today's mishap won't happen tomorrow because today everything is set up. I'll see you all tomorrow. Till then, love you guys. Bye-bye. Take care. I'll see you all tomorrow. Of this paper I'll send you in a while. Bye-bye. Guys, bye.